It is a dangerous time of day, but this girl Eon doesn't care. She is out here calmly taking care of a tree. She finishes pruning it and injects nutrients like nothing is wrong. She then reassures the tree that it will be okay, but things get weird when she starts talking to it. She even asks why the mountain owner abandoned it. At this point, she looks completely crazy. She scoffs at the careless owner and decides to check more trees. Our girl just wants to help before heading home. But tonight feels too calm to be normal. The forest is quiet in a strange way. Still, to Yan, this night feels like every other day. Her day is full of work and dealing with clients, so now she continues her routine of checking abandoned trees. She has no idea what is happening deeper in the mountains. Meanwhile, an injured man is running for his life. He is begging to be saved as he stumbles near a pit. Things get worse as he promises to reveal everything just to survive. But his pursuer is a complete scumbag. This guy mocks him instead of showing mercy. Turns out, he enjoys the fear. He tells the man that begging is useless. Instead, he says the real show is just beginning. Right after that, he kicks the man straight into the pit. At the same time, Yan unknowingly walks into the scene. She stays hidden and watches from a distance. Fear instantly takes over her body. She tries to understand what she is seeing, then it hits her that this is a murder scene, so she decides to report it immediately. She slowly reaches for her phone. At the same time, she starts stepping back quietly. But unfortunately, she steps on a twig. The twig snaps loudly. That sound instantly alerts the killer. He stops what he is doing and looks around. Cold sweat runs down Yan's face. She hopes she hasn't been caught, but then she notices another body nearby. That confirms everything. This guy is clearly a professional killer. Now she is stuck and doesn't know what to do. If she moves, she gets spotted. If she stays, she might still be found. But suddenly, things get worse. The killer notices her. A sinister smile appears on his face. He directly calls her out and asks if she plans to run. Hearing that is enough, our girl doesn't waste a second. She immediately turns and runs as fast as she can. The deviant keeps that evil smile on his face. He watches her run, and surprisingly gives her a head start. Then this guy calmly begins chasing after her. Yen runs through the dark and bushy mountain. She quickly calls the police while trying to escape. She explains everything in a panic. But things get frustrating. The officers focus more on confirming the crime instead of her danger. They keep asking if she is sure someone is being buried. Yan insists she knows what she saw. She gives them her name as they try to identify her. Our girl begs them to hurry before it is too late. The officer says help is on the way, but he also warns her about wasting police time. Yan agrees and tells them to come fast. Suddenly, thin strings move toward her neck. Before she reacts, they tighten around her. Just like that, she is caught. The deviant appears behind her. This scumbag mocks her and points out that she dropped her chainsaw. He even hands it back like it is a joke. Yan freezes in fear. She starts thinking this might be her end. Her life has always been quiet, and now everything is falling apart. She is finally close to her dream life, but things get worse as she faces a killer. She doesn't understand why this is happening to her. Then something changes. A strong will to live kicks in. Our girl grabs the chainsaw and swings it at him. The hit lands clean, but surprisingly, the deviant barely takes damage. He only gets a small bruise and shows a strange, scared expression. Yan is confused by that reaction. But before anything happens, something unexpected occurs. Turns out, the man who was about to be buried is still alive. He suddenly appears behind the deviant. Without hesitation, he strikes him hard on the head. The deviant tries to fight back but fails. He quickly loses consciousness. Just like that, he collapses to the ground. The injured man confirms he is down and runs away. Yan stands there in shock. She stares at the unconscious killer, completely panicking. She doesn't know what to do next. But this moment changes everything. This guy will later become her secret patient, a vegetative man who stays bedridden for 2 years. Right now, he is still in a coma even after 2 years. Meanwhile, Yan goes back to her normal life. She continues working as a tree doctor like nothing happened. Yan finishes checking another tree. She suddenly notices something strange about it. Turns out this tree is suffering from constipation. The principal looks completely shocked hearing that. He asks her to explain it clearly. But Yan casually says the tree has a pooping problem. She explains that excretion is important for both plants and humans. She even calls it her healthy bowel movement theory. But this guy still doesn't understand anything. Out of frustration, the principal loses his temper. He shouts loudly, demanding a proper explanation. His voice scares the kids nearby. He quickly notices their reaction, so he calms down and changes his tone. Then he politely begs Yan to save the tree. He explains that this tree is very important. It is the school's official tree and a symbol for the children. Our girl calmly assures him she can handle it. She says the treatment is simple. Nutrients are going in, but they are not being released properly. That is what is causing the problem. But turns out this principal is not as innocent as he looks. Behind that worried face is a shady old man. This scumbag plans to take advantage of Yan. He thinks she is foolish, so he plans to make her fix the trees again and again, then he will secretly ruin them to get refunds and even sue her. He doesn't even listen to her explanation. Instead, he quietly smiles to himself. He believes everything is going according to his plan. But things take a turn. Yan suddenly calls him out. She tells him he is hiding something. The principal instantly feels uneasy. He tries to stay calm, but the pressure builds. Our girl is already onto him. She brings up the school's recent expansion. Then she lists all the construction materials used. She accuses him of dumping the waste into the tree's soil. She explains the damage clearly. Because of that waste, the tree cannot grow properly. It will eventually develop serious root disease. The principal still tries to act innocent, but Yan doesn't stop there. She directly accuses him of doing it to save disposal costs. She says his actions are cruel. Then she warns him she will report everything to City Hall. Things get worse as she tells him to prepare for bigger losses. Finally, she repeats her point. Excretion is important for plants too. With that, she walks away, leaving the principal completely shocked. The principal realizes he has been exposed. He quickly tries to reason with Yan and begs her to listen, but our girl isn't interested at first. She thinks about it for a moment, then she realizes leaving like this might only bring trouble for her later, so she turns back toward him. Yan introduces herself properly this time. She says she is a doctor who speaks for trees. She also claims she is the best at saving them and removing them when needed. But turns out she hides something darker. She enjoys dealing with guardians like him even more. Still, she keeps that part to herself. With a cheerful smile, she hands him a complimentary card. She tells him to visit their tree hospital often. Then she walks away like nothing happened. On her way back, Yan starts complaining. She talks about how people underestimate her because she is a female doctor. Many try to challenge her, thinking she is easy to deal with. But this girl is not weak at all. She has handled many stubborn old men before, so this kind of situation is nothing new for her. Suddenly, her thoughts get interrupted. She receives a call and quickly picks it up. Turns out it is her boss. Her boss sounds serious. She warns Yan to arrive within 5 minutes, otherwise she will break open a door on the second floor. Hearing this, Yan instantly panics. She presses the gas and starts rushing back. At the same time, she tries to calm her boss down. Her boss explains the situation. She says she heard a strange sound coming from that room. That is why she wants to check it. Yan tries to brush it off. She says it must be a misunderstanding since the room is supposed to be empty. But things get worse. Her boss doesn't believe her at all. She reveals that she has already called a locksmith. Now the situation becomes serious. Yan starts panicking even more. She begs her boss to wait just 3 minutes. She keeps asking her not to open the door yet. Right after the call ends, the locksmith asks for confirmation. Without hesitation, the boss gives him the go-ahead. She clearly wants to see what is inside. But Yan cannot let that happen. She is racing against time now, because behind that door is a huge secret. The deviant is still there, a sleeping patient hidden from everyone. If they open that door, everything will be exposed. Luckily, Yan is very close. She might just make it in time. And if she does, her secret will stay safe for now. Yan rushes up the stairs without slowing down. At the same time, the locksmith is already working on the lock. Luckily, she arrives just in time and stops him. Her boss looks annoyed by the interruption. Still, she watches Yan pay the locksmith and send him away. The tension in the room starts rising. Her boss complains that Yan came too early. She says the lock would have been handled quickly, but our girl is already fed up. Yan storms over and grabs her boss by the collar. She reminds her that the second floor is off limits. She says it belongs to someone else. But this boss doesn't care at all. She brushes it off and accuses Yan of making excuses. Turns out she has been suspicious for a while. Yan tries to explain herself. but her boss cuts her off immediately. She demands to know why Yan doesn't trust her after all this time. Then she starts guessing. She says maybe there are gold bars inside the room. She even promises she won't steal anything. But things are far from that. Yan actually wishes someone would take this burden away. Still, she keeps lying to protect her boss. At this point, Yan has no choice. She must stop anyone from entering that room, even if she looks like a liar. Because if that door opens, her life is over. And turns out, the reason is someone named Quan Giza, the elder brother of the deviant. The story goes back 2 years. Yan suddenly wakes up trapped in a dark place. In front of her sits a calm but dangerous man. At first, she has no idea who he is. She only remembers the incident in the mountains. Everything feels confusing and wrong. But then she notices something horrifying. She is inside an abattoir. The smell of blood and the sight of meat being cut shake her completely. This guy Quan stays silent for a while. He watches her panic without saying anything. Then he finally speaks. He asks her why she did what she did. Yan is confused and terrified. She doesn't understand what he means. So Quan makes it clear. He tells her that the man she attacked is his younger brother. Hearing that only makes things worse. Yan realizes both brothers are insane. Now she is trapped in a nightmare. Her situation becomes extremely dangerous. Still, she forces herself to speak. She refuses to stay silent. Our girl tries to explain the truth. She says he is misunderstanding everything. She insists she was only defending herself, and she was not the one who delivered the final blow. Yan tries to explain everything. She tells Quan that his brother killed people and was burying another. But surprisingly, Quan doesn't care at all. He bluntly asks what is wrong with burying just one person. Hearing that, Yan realizes things are much worse than she thought. This guy clearly doesn't see anything wrong. Quan then shifts the topic. He asks her how she views his brother. The question catches her completely off guard. Our girl freezes for a moment. She knows this man doesn't follow normal logic, so instead of answering, she starts begging again. She insists she wasn't the one who knocked his brother out. She explains she was only there to take care of trees. Her voice keeps shaking as she repeats herself. But things keep getting worse. She knows her life is on the line, so she decides to reveal everything. Yan tells him the truth. She says one of the victims attacked his brother from behind with a stone. She also admits she hit him with a chainsaw in self-defense. But Quan doesn't believe her story. He says his brother has sharp hearing. There is no way someone could sneak up on him like that. Hearing this, Yan feels even more hopeless. She knows she has to escape somehow, but she has no idea what to do. Then suddenly, things take a strange turn. Quan calls her by her name. Surprisingly, he says he doesn't care about the details anymore. He tells her something terrifying. He says he can easily make her the culprit if he wants. That alone puts her in an even tighter situation. But then he explains his real intention. Since she witnessed everything, she must pay the price. That is all he cares about. Yan still doesn't understand how his brother became like that, but then she remembers his expression after the hit. That strange fear suddenly makes sense. At this point, she feels like she won't survive. But surprisingly, Quan offers her a deal. This guy suddenly gives her a way out. He says she can leave unharmed if she acts smart. Yan immediately asks about the deal, but he mocks her for catching on so quickly. Then he drops a contract in front of her. His men uncuff her so she can sign it. She has no time to read anything. So Quan explains it himself. All she has to do is take care of his brother. She must do it until the real culprit is found. He adds one more condition. She must keep his brother inside the White Dome. If needed, she is allowed to bind him. That is the deal she has no choice but to accept. And just like that, her fate gets sealed. Now, 2 years later, it is midnight. Yan quietly goes to check on the deviant. Everything feels calm again. She watches him lying there. He sleeps peacefully, like a plant. It almost feels unreal. All she knows about him after all this time is one thing. His name is Huan Chu. Only Yan and Quan Gizok know what really happened. Just one day after the incident, the entire crime scene gets cleaned. Because of that, the police charge Yan for filing a false report. Things move fast after that. The second floor gets built almost instantly after she signs the contract. Medical staff are always present, taking care of the deviant. All of this shocks Yan. But what shocks her more is how powerful wealthy people are. Turns out Quan wasn't exaggerating at all. He said he could make her the perfect culprit, and now she knows he meant every word. That realization keeps her on edge. Now she has only one job. She must keep Cha Wu hidden safely until the real culprit is found. But that task is far from easy. So Yan makes a quiet wish every day. She prays that this guy never wakes up, because if he stays asleep, her life stays peaceful. But things get worse. One small movement changes everything. Cha Wu's finger suddenly moves. That tiny sign is enough. It means her quiet days might soon come to an end. The nightmare is slowly waking up. The next day, Yan goes back to her normal routine. She focuses on her work like always, but then her boss calls her. Her boss tells her to check on someone. Turns out it is the son of a landscaping company owner. But Yan doesn't react much at first. She casually mocks her boss. She says her new love interest is way too young. Our girl clearly isn't taking this seriously. But then comes the twist. Her boss says the man isn't for her. Surprisingly, he is meant for Yan. Turns out he came to Korea for a marriage meeting. Hearing this changes the situation. Now it feels like an opportunity. Yan gets curious. She asks what kind of opportunity this is. Her boss quickly explains everything. Their tree hospital is struggling. It is barely surviving with small contracts. Meanwhile, another hospital is dominating the market. That hospital is Donggo Hospital. They have already taken most of the clients, and they are winning because of strong business skills. Yan starts thinking about it. She remembers how Donggo entered the area. They came in with a huge 5-story building. They aggressively took over everything. Their persuasion skills crushed the competition. It was a complete takeover. But turns out they are not perfect. Yan knows they are hiding some secrets that might become important later. For now, her boss has a plan. She believes this marriage meeting is their chance. In her eyes, this is how they take back what was stolen. Her boss goes all in on the plan. This old lady even gets Yan a queue number. Then she casually tells her to go meet the guy over tea. Yan immediately refuses. She says she is not a gold digger. To her, this whole setup feels too sketchy. But her boss shuts her down. She says Yan doesn't even have the skills to be one. Then she tells her to stop being dramatic. She explains it simply. Yan just needs to introduce herself and make a good impression. That's all she wants. Now Yan gets frustrated. She asks how her boss even knows about the guy's return, and she demands an explanation about this queue number. Turns out, the tip came from the guy's father. Hearing that surprises Yan. She didn't expect that connection at all. Her boss explains they used to work together. That only confuses Yan more, but the old lady doesn't care about her reaction. She starts lecturing her instead. She says a good spouse is chosen, not left to fate. Then she insults Yan's attitude. Before she can finish, Yan cuts her off. She makes an excuse about checking the garden, then she quickly walks away. Her boss gets annoyed, but she lets her go anyway. She wonders if this girl plans to stay alone forever. Outside, under the warm sun, Yan finally relaxes. She thinks about how relationships feel like poison to her. All she wants is a quiet life. She just wants to take care of her plants. No drama, no complications. Everything simple and peaceful. But then reality hits her. Turns out, she is hiding a killer in her own house. So her life is far from peaceful already. When she first brought Cha Wu home, she was terrified. She couldn't relax, thinking he might wake up any time. Every moment felt tense. But as days passed, nothing happened. He stayed asleep the whole time. Slowly, her fear turned into relief. Now, it is midnight again. Another quiet day is coming to an end. Yan prepares to go to bed. But before that, she follows her routine. She heads upstairs to the second floor. This has become her daily habit. She checks the room every night, just to make sure everything is safe. And she always prays that Cha Wu stays asleep. But this time, things are different. The room feels off the moment she enters. Something is wrong. Then she sees it. The bed is empty. That single sight freezes her. Our girl stands there in shock, because the deviant is gone. Yan freezes the moment she sees the empty bed. Her mind instantly jumps to Kwang Gizok. She knows if anything goes wrong, that guy will come for her. She starts panicking and muttering to herself. She says she has to find Cha Wu no matter what. Then she rushes deeper into the room. But turns out, she is not alone. The escapee is already there, standing quietly by the door. Before she reacts, he suddenly grabs her. Our girl gets pinned down instantly. She struggles with all her strength, but nothing works against him. She can't understand what is happening. This guy has been bedridden for 2 years. His muscles should be completely weak. But things don't add up. He is way too strong. Yan pushes that thought aside and tries to talk. She tells him to let her go. but he doesn't listen at all. So she forces herself to calm down. She calls him by his name. Then she explains his body is not normal and he needs medical help. She says she will call a doctor if he lets her go. But things get worse. He shushes her and tells her to stay quiet. Then he demands answers. Yen goes silent. She has no choice now. This guy is completely in control. Then he asks something strange. He wants to know who locked who up. The question shocks her. Yan immediately denies it. She shouts that she didn't lock him up. She even questions what kind of life he has lived. Trying to survive, she changes her approach. She tells him he was just a patient. Then she reveals the truth. She says he has been unconscious for 2 years. She begs him to calm down, but he doesn't react the way she expects. Instead, he flips her over and stares directly into her eyes. That moment completely freezes her. His amber eyes glow in the dark. They look like the eyes of a beast. For a second, Yan is completely shaken. Still, she tries to calm him. She calls his name again, but his gaze feels empty, like a bottomless pit. Then he leans closer. He asks if Cha Wu is even his real name. That question leaves Yan stunned. She just stares at him, confused. Then he asks something even more dangerous. He wants to know if she is important to him. Yan doesn't answer. She is too shocked to react, and that silence makes things worse. He pulls out a syringe and presses it against her neck. Then he asks if she is someone he wouldn't hesitate to kill. At that moment, everything clicks. Yan finally understands the situation. This guy has lost his memories. And surprisingly, that changes everything. Because now, our girl sees an opportunity. She plans to use this to her advantage and survive. Compared to everything she has faced, this situation feels manageable, so Yan quickly puts on an act. She pretends to be hurt that Cha Wu doesn't recognize her. She claims they are deeply connected. She even says they shared something very intimate. Turns out she is completely making things up to survive. She pushes the story further. She says their relationship is complicated and cannot be broken easily. What she really means is the contract with Quan Gizok. Cha Wu listens quietly. Then he looks at her closely. He notices her body shaking and asks why. Suddenly, he asks something strange. He talks about fingers being taken and sold, then mentions something about disgusting acts. But turns out, those words aren't really about her. They are just fragments of his memory. That alone makes things even more unsettling. Yan starts panicking again. Still, she forces herself to stay calm. She tells him they are not like that at all. She insists they are very close. She even says he is kind. Then she adds that he once gave her a necklace. But that necklace is actually the string he used on her before. Of course he has no memory of that, so the lie continues. To Cha Wu, her words sound strange. It almost feels like she is brainwashed. That makes him question himself instead. He starts thinking he must have been a bad person, but Yan quickly denies that idea. She says she is completely fine. Then she flips the narrative. She claims she is reacting this way because he never hurt her. That is why his current behavior feels strange. Cha Wu pauses for a moment. Then he asks a simple question. He wants to know why he wouldn't harm her. The way he asks it feels cold. It puts Yan under pressure. She struggles to come up with an answer. When he asked why he wouldn't harm her, she gave him an answer. She said it was because of the law. She remembers her boss's words. A partner is chosen with foresight, not fate. That idea gives her a plan. So she lies without hesitation. She tells Cha Wu that she is his wife. But before things go further, something happens. A sharp pain hits Cha Wu's head. Suddenly, he collapses. Yan immediately calls out his name. She rushes toward him in panic. Everything happens too fast. But before he fell, something important happened. Yan planted an idea in his mind, a dangerous lie, and that lie might be the reason he collapses. A month has passed since that night. Yan is now talking to a client about a tree struck by lightning. The old lady looks worried as she shares her story. She says this tree was planted with her husband. It happened when their son was still young. Now the boy is in the army, and she fears this is a bad omen. Yan stays calm and asks to examine the tree. She carefully checks the damage. Turns out the roots are still safe. That means the tree can still be saved. Yan confirms she can treat it. This gives a bit of hope to the client. But her boss feels unsure. She quietly questions if it is even worth trying. The tree already looks too damaged. She worries that if things fail, Yan will be blamed. But our girl doesn't care about that. She focuses on what matters. To Yan, this tree has meaning. It holds memories for the old lady. That alone is enough reason to try. She asks her boss if they have medicine at the office. Her boss says yes, but seems distracted. It feels like she wants to say something else. Before that happens, Yan gets a call. She quickly asks for permission and picks it up. Turns out it is from the hospital. The doctor sounds serious. He says they don't know when Cha Wu will wake up again. Hearing that, Yan immediately reacts. She complains about how he attacked her before. That moment clearly left an impact, but the doctor continues explaining. He says Cha Wu woke up once after 2 years, but now his condition is unstable. They can't predict anything. Turns out he might have a rare condition. It is called sleeping beauty disease. This sickness keeps patients asleep for long periods. The doctors have done many tests, but they still can't find the exact cause. That makes the situation even more uncertain. They also confirm something else. Aside from memory loss, his brain shows no major issues. That only adds to the mystery. So for now, they can only observe him. They need more time to confirm the diagnosis. There is no clear answer yet. Normally, patients sleep for a few days. Then they wake up again. But things are different this time. At first, his sleep cycle increased from 3 to 5 days. But now, it has been 12 days. And he still hasn't woken up. Yan asks one final question. She wants to be sure about what the doctor is saying. She asks if they truly don't know when he will wake up. The doctor confirms it. That is the reality. No one knows when he will wake up again. And surprisingly, Yan feels relieved. She lets out a quiet sigh. Then she thanks the doctor with a cheerful tone. She even tells him to keep working hard. But the doctor is left confused, because her reaction feels completely unexpected. Yan comes back and apologizes for the delay. She assures the old lady that she will do her best. Her words bring hope back to the client. Her boss watches quietly. She realizes Yan has sorted out whatever was bothering her. Everything seems back on track. Meanwhile, the doctor is still confused. He thinks Yan is under heavy stress. To him, her emotions seem unstable. Then he suddenly remembers something important. He forgot to mention the side effects of the sleeping beauty disease. Turns out it includes aggression, excessive eating, and even strange behavior. But surprisingly, he doesn't call her back. He decides to let it slide for now. After all, no one knows when Cha Wu will wake up. He plans to tell her later. Then he heads out for lunch like nothing happened. This guy just moves on. On his way, he thinks about Quan Gizok. He assumes the elder brother must be worried. Anyone in his place would be. If it were up to him, Cha Wu would be moved to a better hospital, somewhere with top facilities. But things are not in his control. So he stays quiet. He just follows orders and focuses on his payment. That's all that matters to him. Still, something keeps bothering him. He remembers what Cha Wu said when he woke up. That moment doesn't sit right with him. While trying to talk, Cha Wu kept repeating one thing. He kept saying, "Please don't wake up," and that sounds very strange. A few days pass. It is another quiet night. Yan is back at home like usual. She gets ready to sleep. But first, she follows her routine. She has to check on Cha Wu. It has been 2 years since this whole situation started. But now, she feels things are finally in her favor. That gives her relief. A month ago, she told him a crazy lie. She claimed she was his wife. At first, she regretted it a lot. But now, things look different. Since he is still unconscious, she has time. She believes she can fix everything. To her, this feels like a miracle. But today is different. Cha Wu has just returned home from the hospital. So she decides to check on him again. But the moment she looks, something feels wrong. The bed is empty. Our girl gets irritated instantly. She curses under her breath and rushes outside. She knows he isn't in good condition. He couldn't have gone far. So she starts searching everywhere. But no matter where she looks, he is nowhere to be found. Now fear starts creeping in. She wonders what will happen if she can't find him. That thought alone terrifies her. Then, suddenly, she notices something. A trail of blood on the ground. Her heart skips a beat. Yan follows the blood trail with her eyes. It leads her straight ahead, and at the end, she sees Cha Wu. He is standing there silently. In his hand is a dead rooster. The sight alone freezes her. His eyes look cold and wild, like a beast staring at its prey. That look makes Yan step back in fear. She almost loses control. But then she forces herself to stay calm. Right now, she needs to bring him back home. So she starts talking carefully. She asks how he even got out in this condition. Then she tells him to drop the chicken. But he doesn't respond. He just stands there, When she insists again, she notices something worse. Turns out, he ripped the chicken apart with his mouth. That disgusting detail makes Yan almost throw up. She gets irritated and shaken at the same time. Then suddenly, he speaks. He asks her where she has been. His voice feels calm, but unsettling. He tells her something important. The only face he remembered after waking up was hers, so when the door didn't open, he broke it down to find her. Hearing that changes everything. Yan realizes he still remembers her. That thought instantly brings back her fear, but she quickly controls herself. She reminds herself that she still has a chance. She just needs to handle this carefully. So instead of continuing the wife lie, she switches her story. She tells him he is mistaken, then she claims she is just his doctor. Technically, she isn't lying. She is a tree doctor after all. That gives her some confidence. She starts explaining his condition. She says he has been asleep for a long time. That is why his body and mind feel unstable now. She adds another layer to the lie. She tells him he is just hallucinating. According to her, his senses are confusing him. Then she wraps it up calmly. She assures him there is nothing to worry about. Everything he is experiencing is just a dream. Finally, she gives him a solution. She tells him to go back home and rest. She promises that once he wakes up again, everything will feel normal. It is a bold lie. And at first, it actually works. Cha Wu agrees that if this were real, he probably wouldn't even be standing. But then things take a strange turn. He admits something unexpected. He says he spent all his time dreaming about being intimate with his wife. That confession shakes Yan instantly. He says that is why he knows he isn't confused. In his mind, everything is clear now. In that clear picture, he has a wife, and that wife is trying to run away from him. Hearing that makes Yan freeze completely. It feels like something is holding her down. She wants to run. She wants to deny everything. But she can't move at all. It's like she walked straight into a trap. Every option feels blocked. Then Cha Wu asks her name. The question snaps her back slightly. She hesitates for a moment. He asks again. This time, he sounds impatient. Then, he warns her he won't ask a third time. That pressure forces her to answer. She quickly tells him her name is Soli Yan. There is no turning back now. He pauses and thinks about it. Then he asks another question. He wonders if she lied because she got tired of him. Yan quickly denies it. She says he is misunderstanding everything. Then she builds another lie on top. She claims she hid the truth for his sake. She says waking up and learning he has a wife would have been too much, so she was just protecting him. Surprisingly, he seems to accept it. For a moment, things calm down. Yan focuses on one thing now, survival. But suddenly, he scolds her. He reminds her of what she said earlier. He brings up the law, and their so-called marriage. Then he questions her again. He asks if she is trying to abandon him. His eyes stay locked on her. He studies her expression carefully. From the way she looks, he reaches a conclusion. He believes he truly is her husband. He even explains his feelings. When she tried to leave, he almost lost control. That reaction makes him believe he loves her. But Yan knows the truth. This guy tried to kill her the first day they met. There is nothing romantic about this situation. At least one thing works in her favor. Cha Wu remembers nothing. And for now, that is the only reason she is still safe. Right now, Yan feels like she still has the upper hand. She just needs to smooth things over and escape later. But first, she has to get Cha Wu home. So she tries to guide him back. But things get awkward again. He asks if she means their newlywed home. Yan has no choice. She agrees to it. And just like that, she starts losing control of the situation. Still, she manages to bring him back. It takes a lot of effort. By the time they arrive, she is completely exhausted. Cha Wu notices it right away. He points out how tired she looks. But Yan doesn't tell him the real reason. He thinks she struggled for no reason. So he says he could have walked on his own. But Yan quickly denies that idea. She says his body is full of wounds. That is why she didn't let him walk. But turns out, she is just protecting herself. If anything happened to him, she would be blamed. That is the real reason behind her actions. With that done, she gives him instructions. She tells him to take a shower and change. Meanwhile, she goes to get the first aid kit. Cha Wu follows her words without resistance. A few minutes later, they are both sitting on the bed. Yan starts treating his wounds. She notices he is clearly in pain, but surprisingly he shows no reaction. This guy stays completely calm. Then suddenly, their eyes meet. That moment makes Yan uncomfortable. She quickly looks away. She continues dressing his wounds. But something feels off. She can feel his gaze fixed on her. To her, he looks like a beast watching its prey. That thought reminds her of who he really is, a dangerous killer. So she stops caring about his pain. Her only goal now is to finish quickly, and soon, she completes the treatment. After that, she explains the situation. She says it is only first aid. The medical team will check him properly tomorrow. Then she tells him she is going downstairs. But that raises a question. Cha Woo asks her why. At first, she doesn't understand. Then he reminds her of something. They are supposed to be married. That realization hits hard. Panic starts building again. But Yan tries to stay calm. She tells him they can't sleep together. She says he is still a patient. That is her excuse. But he doesn't accept it fully. He agrees he was a patient before, but now, things are different. He is no longer in a vegetative state. So to him, there is no reason to stay apart. That logic traps Yan again. She never planned for this. This situation catches her completely off guard, and now, she has no clear escape. As Cha Woo slowly moves closer, the tension rises. In that moment, Yan realizes something terrifying. The lie she told is far more dangerous than she expected. Luckily, Cha Woo suddenly pulls back. He says he won't act like the man she remembers. Instead, he will just lie there quietly and breathe. He promises not to force her or threaten her. Then he asks her to stay the night with him. Yan has no choice, so she lies down beside him. Now they are sharing the same bed. Cha Woo admits he has many questions. Yan secretly hopes he will fall asleep, but that doesn't happen. So she asks what he wants to know. He immediately asks how he ended up in a vegetative state. That puts pressure on her again. Yan quickly creates a story. She says they were in the mountains and fell badly. It is only half true, but he believes it. Hearing that, he gets worried. He asks if she was hurt too. Yan says she was fine and didn't get seriously injured. She hopes that ends it, but this guy keeps going. He asks when they got married. Yan answers quickly. She says it was 2 years ago. Another half-truth that keeps her safe. Cha Woo reacts unexpectedly. He feels guilty about not giving her a honeymoon. That moment surprises Yan. But things don't stop there. He asks when they started dating. That question almost traps her completely. Yan has no proper story, so she takes a risky move. She says they got married right after meeting. She waits nervously. Then he asks something worse. He wonders if they got intimate the first time they met. That question crushes her. She freezes for a moment. Meanwhile, Cha Woo finds it amusing and calls her bold. Yan quickly denies it, but that only creates another misunderstanding. Now he assumes he was the one who chased her. He even finds it funny. But Yan is not focused on that. She feels the situation getting dangerous. They are already under one blanket, and she knows where this could lead, so she decides to shut it down. She agrees with his version partially, then she twists it. She says their chemistry was bad. That confuses him instantly. Then she adds more to the lie. She says they were both clumsy. This hits him harder than expected. He looks more shocked than before. Now he questions everything. Yan pushes further. She tells him he is almost impotent, and surprisingly, she says she likes it that way. That completely destroys his confidence. He starts doubting himself. Yan adds that this is why they stayed distant. Now his mood is gone. He feels insulted and lost. Then he asks her something deeper. He wants to know how much she loves him. Yan feels annoyed but also sees an advantage. The misunderstanding is growing, and that helps her survive, so she tells him to go to sleep. She waits quietly. Then she starts praying in her heart. She wants him to fall asleep again. But things don't go her way. He is still awake, and he keeps asking about their past. Yan uses that chance. She makes him feel worse until he finally goes silent. Then she returns to her prayer. She begs for one thing. She wants him to sleep for a long time. She hopes his condition takes over again. Morning comes quickly. Sunlight fills the room. Yan slowly opens her eyes. But the moment she looks, she freezes. Cha Woo is already awake. That alone shocks her. He calmly asks if she slept well. The room goes silent. Then suddenly, Yan jumps up and screams. She can't believe it. This was not supposed to happen. Meanwhile, Cha Woo just looks confused. Yan immediately remembers his condition. He is supposed to have hyperomnia, so she calls the doctor right away. The doctor arrives and runs tests. He stays calm and says it is too early to conclude anything. They need more data. But Yan understands something else. This means he might wake up any time now. That thought scares her. The doctor observes carefully. He thinks something triggered this early awakening, so he asks what it could be. While writing notes, Cha Wu answers. He says sharing a bed with his wife might be the reason. The doctor casually writes it down. Then he focuses on the wife part. Now things get awkward again. Cha Wu looks at Yan, but she avoids his eyes. That only makes things more suspicious. The doctor assumes something happened between them. Yan quickly denies it, but he doesn't push further. He just returns to his notes. This guy is only here for his job. Then he suggests trying different methods. The doctor shrugs it off. This guy is only here for the money. Then he suggests something shocking. He tells them to keep sleeping together. That way he can monitor the condition properly. Those words hit Yan like a truck. She didn't expect this at all. Now there is no escape. Our girl is trapped in the mess she created. A few hours later, Yan sits in the living room. She stares blankly at the TV. Her mind is completely overwhelmed. She thinks about living with Cha Wu like this. That alone feels impossible. But there is another problem waiting. If he comes downstairs, her boss will notice. And explaining that situation won't be easy. Not to someone like Chuja. Yan tries to come up with excuses, one after another. But none of them sound convincing. Her boss understands relationships too well. Lying to someone like her is almost impossible. That makes things worse. Yan feels exhausted. She knows Chuja could help her, but she can't involve her. The contract is the problem. If the truth leaks, anyone involved becomes an accomplice. That risk is too big. She kneels on the floor, thinking hard. Then something on TV catches her attention. The reporter talks about scams. He advises people not to handle things alone. He says to trust someone or go to the police. That line hits Yan. It feels like a sign. So, she makes a decision. She calls Chuja and tells her everything. She explains the past 2 years in detail. But instead of comfort, she gets scolded badly. This secret was too serious. Chuja demands answers. She asks why Yan used the wife excuse. Yan tries to explain herself. She says she needed a reason. After all, he attacked her when he woke up. That was her only option. But Chuja doesn't accept it. She says the moment Yan called it a romantic relationship, everything changed. Now, she is tied to him. She criticizes her harshly. She says Yan renamed a victim and killer situation into something else. That is not okay. Then she loses interest. She says Yan is ruining her own life. Still, she asks one last thing. She wants to know where Cha Wu is. Yan says he went for physical therapy. He should be back soon. But things move faster than expected. His voice suddenly echoes from outside. He calls out to Yan. The voice comes from behind Chuja. She turns around slowly. And the moment she sees him, the room goes silent. His gaze feels heavy. It creates instant tension. Yan quietly warns her boss to be careful. But surprisingly, Chuja does the opposite. She boldly calls him her son-in-law. That shocks Yan completely. This is Cha Wu's first time in the room. He looks around curiously. Then he notices Yan's work. He realizes she is a tree doctor. That confuses him. He asks what he used to do before the accident. Yan reacts quickly. She twists the truth again. She tells him he used to plant flowers at the hospital. Chuja watches everything. Now she understands how Yan fooled him. Still, she wonders something. Looking at his calm face, he doesn't seem like a killer. That thought lingers for a moment. But then he suddenly speaks. He calls Chuja his mother-in-law. That shocks both of them. He doesn't notice their reaction. Instead, he calmly says he wants to sit with Yan. His eyes stay fixed on her. Yan feels the pressure instantly. She misreads his gaze and rushes to his side. Fear is driving her again. Chuja notices everything. From her experience, she knows how this will go. Things have already started changing. Meanwhile, Yan tries to fix the situation. She explains Chuja isn't really his mother-in-law. She says she is just hospital staff. She adds that they are close, so she uses that title casually. Cha Wu listens and nods. He concludes that Chuja is important to Yan, so he decides to act properly. He apologizes to her politely. Then he asks if he used to be a good man. Chuja confirms it, following Yan's story. The lie continues smoothly. Cha Wu promises something. He says he will become the husband Yan remembers, and he believes it won't take long. He explains why. The doctor told him his instincts will return, and when that happens, everything will come back. That thought worries Yan. If he returns to his old self, She is in danger, so she quickly stops him. She tells him not to rush. She says pushing himself might cause harm. She asks him to take things slowly. While saying this, she speaks formally. That catches his attention. He asks her to speak casually instead. Then he says something deeper. He tells her the only thing in his mind is her face. Nothing else exists for him. He keeps staring at her. Then he adds one more thing. If he forgets her face too, he will become a bad husband. That moment feels intense. Yan's heart starts pounding. And surprisingly, a part of her doesn't resist it. Yan tells herself one thing. She is only reacting out of fear. Nothing else matters. Meanwhile, Chuja watches everything. She feels something is off. This situation is far from normal. Still, she has a priority. She needs to find out who Cha Wu really is. That truth becomes her focus. By night, Yan collapses on her bed. She is completely exhausted. The whole day, she has been dealing with Cha Wu non-stop. Now she understands something terrifying. If he keeps waking up like this, her life will never be peaceful again. That thought alone makes her cry. She just wants to survive the night. Then she remembers the doctor's words. He told her to stay close to Cha Wu. But now she questions it. Why should she even follow that advice? She only agreed to watch him until the real culprit is found. Suddenly, Cha Wu appears at her door. He sounds desperate. He begs her to tell him this is not a dream. He asks for proof that he truly exists. His voice feels lost and broken. Meanwhile, Yan just stands silently behind the door. The last time he moved freely, he broke doors easily. But now, he doesn't even try. Turns out, her lies are holding him back. She told him he was kind and gentle, and now, he is acting exactly like that. Those lies are controlling him. Yan should feel relieved. But instead, she feels something strange. Still, she keeps her distance. She tells him she just came out of the shower, so it is not a good time to talk. That excuse works. Cha Wu accepts it calmly. He says he will go take a shower too. Then he gently tells her to take care of herself. Yan notices something odd. He sounds like he is going far away, but she ignores that feeling. After a long and stressful day, she goes to sleep, but instead of rest, she gets nightmares. He haunts her even in her dreams. A few days later, it is afternoon. Yang goes to check on him. She finds him fast asleep again. Chu Jia is also there. She looks at him and gets surprised. This guy looks completely harmless while sleeping. Yan quickly warns her to be careful, but Chu Jia doesn't listen at all. Instead, she demands answers. She wants to know how Yan met him. Then she makes a wild guess. She accuses Yan of getting caught peeking at him. That embarrasses Yan instantly. She denies everything. Then she tries to end the conversation. She says they should go downstairs before he wakes up again. But Chuja doesn't agree. She thinks Yan's loud voice will wake him. And honestly, she just wants to admire his face a bit longer. A whole week passes. Cha Wu stays asleep the entire time. That finally calms Yan's nerves. Now she sits with Chuja, talking about lunch. She remembers his last words before sleeping. He told her to take care of herself. She wonders if he knew he would sleep that long. But before she can think more, Chuja calls her out. For a moment, life feels peaceful again. It almost feels normal. But things like this never last. Danger is always waiting. And it shows up again. Yan suddenly wakes up screaming from a nightmare. The scream brings Chuja rushing in. She asks what happened. Yan brushes it off as a bad dream. She apologizes for being late, but Chuja doesn't mind. She says there wasn't much work anyway. To her, days like this are for resting. But Yan doesn't think the same way. She believes she should work even harder. So she forces herself out of bed. She says she needs to check on a tree. She feels something is wrong again. Chuja tries to stop her. She says it's not a good idea. But Yan doesn't listen at all. She gets ready and leaves anyway. Chuja feels frustrated but lets her go. She doesn't realize something deeper is wrong. Meanwhile, Yan keeps telling herself one thing. Today will be normal. But deep down, she knows that is not true. A few hours later, Yan heads into the city. She finishes checking the tree quickly, but she is not done yet. She goes straight to confront the shop owner. This guy immediately tells her to leave, but Yan doesn't back down. She starts accusing him directly. She lists out all the ways he has harmed trees before. The noise starts drawing attention. Customers begin watching the scene. Seeing this, the man gets nervous. He quickly tries to calm things down. He says, suing him would be too much. Then he pulls her outside to avoid more attention. Now the tension gets more serious. Outside, he questions her actions. He asks why she cares so much about a tree. Then he reveals something troubling. He says people already know she exposed the school principal, and if she keeps doing this, her hospital will collapse. That hits hard. But Yan doesn't stop. She admits she knows the risk. Still, she says she can't stay silent, because no one else will protect the trees. That belief drives her, even if it destroys her own life. The man finally reveals his reason. The tree is blocking his shop sign. That is why he wants it gone. To him, it's just an object. But Yan sees it differently. She sees it as something alive. She says humans decide life and death. But trees don't get that choice. They just struggle to survive. That thought connects deeply with her. Trees remind her of her younger self, and suddenly, she almost breaks down. She asks him one question. What gives him the right to kill it? That moment feels heavy. The day ends like that, and by night, Yen sits quietly. She thinks about everything. Her day was loud and exhausting. Maybe that is why she feels drained. Or maybe it is something deeper. The past week was peaceful. Exactly what she wanted. Cha Wu didn't wake up at all. She should feel happy. But now, the silence feels strange. Almost empty. She starts wondering about herself. Maybe she got used to chaos. Maybe calm feels unnatural now. Then suddenly, a loud sound breaks the silence. It comes from the second floor. Yan immediately goes to check. When she enters, she sees Cha Wu still asleep. But something is wrong. He is crying. That sight shocks her. For a moment, she freezes. Then she tries to understand it. She assumes he is having a nightmare. At first, she thinks it is karma. After all, he lived a cruel life. But then he starts mumbling. He begs someone to hide him. That changes everything. Suddenly, her thoughts shift. She remembers what Chuja said about him, and now, he looks completely different. To her, he looks like a hunted animal, like a deer running from danger. That image softens her. Without thinking, she moves closer. She wipes his tears gently. She tells him not to cry. Even though he is asleep, she keeps talking. She says crying never helped her either. No one ever listened. Back then, only the plants stayed with her. Today, she even tasted the soil from that tree, and it felt wrong. To her, Cha Wu feels the same. Something is off. Something deeper is happening. She starts connecting things. Maybe these nightmares caused him to wake before, and maybe they are keeping him asleep now. She knows this is risky. Still, she makes a choice. She lies down beside him again. Before falling asleep, she whispers something. She says today is her birthday, and she also wanted to cry. In that moment, they look almost normal, like two people sharing pain, helping each other silently. But the next day changes everything. Cha Wu finally wakes up again, just like the doctor predicted. At first, he feels uneasy. Then he notices someone beside him. He almost panics, but then he sees it as Yan. She is still fast asleep, and that calms him down. He starts observing her quietly. To him, she is everything. His doctor, his wife, and the only face he remembers. And somehow, it just feels right to him. He believes she has to be his wife. That thought settles deeply in his mind. Memories from recent days run through his head. He remembers how he couldn't take his eyes off her. That feeling still lingers. But something feels off. He notices the way she looks at him. Her awkward smile doesn't feel natural. Then he sees her ring finger. There are no marks at all. That detail bothers him. More questions start forming. There are no wedding pictures in the house. And there is that strange locked door. Everything feels incomplete. But one question matters the most to him. Did Yan really wait for him for 2 whole years? The moment feels peaceful. Then Yan slowly wakes up. He greets her calmly. Usually, she would panic and run away. But this time, she reacts differently. Her response is much softer. Still, Cha Wu notices something is wrong. He just doesn't push it for now. Instead, he focuses on himself. He says his body feels stiff. Then he asks how long he has been asleep. Yen answers quickly. She tells him, it has been 8 days. Hearing that, he understands something. She has control over his mornings now. From the outside, they look like a normal couple. But deep down, everything feels wrong. Yan knows this isn't good. At the same time, Cha Wu senses something. He feels like she is trying to run away from him, but he doesn't care. Even if that is true, he won't let her go. He has already decided that much. This guy is holding on tightly. He makes a plan. He will take the mornings for himself, and leave the nights to Yan. He even wants to change rooms. because to him, she is his only connection to reality. He won't lose that. That decision slowly starts affecting Yan's life. Her normal routine begins to break apart. Later that morning, Yan talks with Chuja. They discuss hospital matters and an upcoming meeting. Things feel somewhat normal again. But then she notices something. Cha Wu is nearby, quietly watching. That alone makes her uneasy. He senses her reaction, so he asks, "What is wrong?" But Yan already knows the problem. To her, he is changing too much. His appearance is different now. He looks more like a normal person than before. Chuja even gave him a haircut and new clothes. That only makes things worse for Yan. She wanted him hidden, not visible. Now everything is slipping out of her control. And to make it worse, he wants to go to the meeting with them. Yan immediately refuses. She knows she can't lie in front of many people. That risk is too high. There is also another fear. What if his memories return? That would destroy everything instantly. So she tries to stop him. She tells him to stay inside and rest, but he sees through it. He asks if she is worried he might mess up, and he is right, but Yan denies it quickly. Now she needs a better excuse. She thinks fast. Then she says something unexpected. She tells him the outside world is dangerous, especially for him. That catches his attention. He asks why, and Yan goes all out. She says it is because he is too handsome. She suddenly raises her voice. She claims the place they are going is full of jealous old men, and they might target him. After that outburst, everything goes silent. Even Yan feels she might have overdone it. But surprisingly, it works. Cha Wu believes her. He thinks she wants to hide him because he looks too good. That is not what she meant, but she goes along with it anyway. She tells him to stay home. He misunderstands it again. He thinks she wants him all to herself, and Yan lets that idea stay. She says they are newlyweds, the accident just delayed everything, so she wants to keep him to herself for now. But then he flips it. If that is the case, he doesn't want her going outside either. That creates another problem. Yan knows that is impossible. But then he makes a promise. Even if they go outside, he will follow her lead. That only makes things more complicated. Cha Wu's smooth words catch Yan off guard. She isn't used to this side of him. For a moment she doesn't know how to respond. Then Chuja finally steps in. She tells them it's time to leave. Their first outing together is about to begin. They arrive at the meeting venue. It is a formal gathering for the White Project bid. The place is filled with older men from the industry. As Yan walks in with Chuja, whispers start spreading. The men quietly gossip about her. They call her distant and hard to approach. Some even say she gives off a widow vibe. Still, they don't speak the same way about Chuja. To them, she only gets more elegant with age. Yan can feel every word. In a field dominated by older men, two women stand out too much. That attention becomes pressure. Right then, Cha Wu steps in. He gently holds Yan's hand. Then he calmly asks something shocking. He asks if she wants him to deal with those people. All she has to do is point. That alone makes Yan imagine a disaster. She quickly shuts it down. She tells him not to joke like that. Her tone becomes serious. Cha Wu gets confused. He thought he was helping her. Now he questions if he should stay quiet. Yan sees it clearly. There is blind trust in his eyes. And strangely, he doesn't feel as scary anymore. So she stands firm. She reminds him of his promise. He said he would only act with her permission. That is enough. He calms down and agrees. Just like that, the situation settles. But suddenly, the room goes quiet. Yan notices something is off. When she looks around, everyone is staring at them. Before things get worse, an announcement interrupts. The meeting is about to begin. All participants are asked to move. Yan heads toward the conference room. Chuja and Cha Wu wish her luck from behind. That small moment feels oddly warm. As she walks, she notices something. Her hands still feel warm. She wonders if it is from Cha Wu. Soon, the presentation begins. The project looks impressive. Even Yan feels surprised by its scale. Then the key detail is revealed. This project will become a major botanical garden, and the winning hospital will gain premium clients. That shakes the room. Suddenly, a man stands up in anger. He questions the decision. The host responds calmly. They want the best tree doctor for this. The project involves rare and valuable plants. They cannot risk failure. Yan silently agrees with that logic. It makes sense to her. Then comes the main point. Tree doctors will compete for the bid. The process will even be filmed for promotion. That changes everything. The winning hospital will get a 10-year contract. The room starts buzzing with excitement. But Yan feels the opposite. She has no intention of joining. That decision stays firm in her mind. After the meeting, she shares her thoughts. Chuja is surprised. She asks why Yan would refuse such a chance. Yan explains her concern. She doesn't want to be filmed. Being on camera could expose everything. Cha Wu asks why that matters. But Yan prefers a quiet life. She doesn't want more complications. Their discussion continues. But suddenly, someone calls her name. That voice feels familiar. It is Jian. He approaches with a smile. But there is something sharp behind it. He says they haven't seen each other in a while. Even though they live nearby, his tone carries slight offense. Yan clearly doesn't like him. This guy is her former boss, the director of Koot Tree Hospital. She stays calm on the outside, but the tension is there. Then his disciple steps forward to greet her. This guy's name is Hang Joa-yoon. The moment Yan sees him, she feels uneasy. She never expected to see him again. But surprisingly, he acts friendly. He says they used to get along well, and suggests they should reconnect. That immediately feels wrong. Yan knows exactly why she avoided him, and she can't understand why he is smiling like nothing happened. The story goes back a few years. After graduation, Yan worked as an intern at his hospital. She was at the very bottom of the hierarchy. The environment was terrible, but she endured it because she needed that experience to start her own hospital. Still, one thing was unbearable. This guy kept watching her constantly. He acted like he had control over her. He crossed boundaries again and again. That pushed Yan to complain to Jian, but instead of helping, he ignored her. And now, he stands here acting normal, like nothing ever happened. That alone makes her angry. Chuja doesn't know any of this, so she casually leaves them alone. She thinks they are just catching up. But things get uncomfortable fast. Joa-yoon tries to touch Yan. That instantly triggers her. Without thinking, she moves away, and ends up right in Cha Woo's arms. The reaction is immediate. Cha Woo notices her fear. He asks if she is okay. Then he looks at Joa-yoon, and questions who he is. Yan quickly explains. She says he is just someone from her past, a senior from her internship days. Meanwhile, Joa-yoon just stands there. He looks shocked and confused. Then, he demands to know who Cha Woo is. Cha Woo smiles calmly. Then he asks Yan to introduce him. Now both men are looking at her. That puts her in a tight spot. She starts panicking inside, but she still tries to keep things vague. She introduces Cha Woo as someone she lives with, but that only makes things worse. Joa-yoon looks stunned. He asks if she is married. His reaction shows he still hasn't let go of her. Yan starts sweating. Her vague answer backfires completely, and now she is stuck. She can't even respond properly. So Cha Woo steps in. He tells her to just nod. But when she doesn't, he answers himself. He introduces himself as her husband. Just like that, the truth gets exposed. You'd expect Jo-yoon to back off, but instead, he reacts differently. He refuses to believe it. He says Yan is not the type to get married. He describes her as someone who avoids people completely. To him, she only cared about trees, someone no one else could handle, except him. Those words make everything clear. He hasn't changed at all. He is still controlling and obsessed. That pisses Yan off completely. She finally speaks up. She tells him she is doing fine now. She says she has her own hospital. And she is married. She is no longer someone he can look down on. But Jo-yoon still refuses to accept it. He demands proof. He even asks for official documents. Before Yan can respond, Cha Woo steps in again, but this time, things get dangerous. He coldly warns Jo-yoon. He says he will kill him if he doesn't stop. That line changes everything. Yan realizes it instantly. This was a mistake. Bringing him out here was too soon. Cha Woo starts moving toward Jo-yoon. That look in his eyes is different now. His old self is coming back. Yan quickly stops him. She grabs him and pulls him away. Then she drags him out before things escalate. Once outside, she finally breathes. She realizes how close they were to disaster. That could have made headlines. Cha Woo checks on her. He asks if she is okay. Yan says she is fine, but she has a question. She asks why he said he would kill Jo-yoon. She needs to understand him now, because his answer will decide everything, whether she can trust him outside or not. But instead of explaining, he simply apologizes. Yan stops him right there. She says she doesn't want an apology. She is just surprised by what he said. Cha Woo explains calmly. The more Joa Yoon called her name, the angrier he got. He held back, but he still wanted to shut him up completely. That answer is enough for Yan. Now she understands the danger. This guy cannot be around people freely. But then he says something unexpected. He noticed she was holding back tears. That changes everything. Yan realizes something important. Her emotions affect him directly. If she breaks, he might lose control. So, during the ride home, she keeps thinking she has to stay calm around him, no matter what happens. Because if she shows fear or anger, he might snap, and that would be a disaster. She is basically holding a leash on a beast. Back home, Yan suddenly makes a decision. She announces she will join the competition. Her tone is completely different now. She says she is doing it for the trees, but also for herself. She wants to face her past and take down her former workplace. Cha Wu quietly serves tea while she speaks. Chuja listens carefully and questions her decision. She reminds Yan about the filming issue, but Yan already has a plan. She believes she will be eliminated early, so filming won't matter. Chuja supports her idea. She can see the determination in Yan. Even if Yan hates cameras, her grudge is stronger. This is her way of growing, and she is ready to take that step. By the time they finish talking, it is late. Chuja leaves, and now it's just Yan and Cha Wu again. He apologizes once more. This time, it's about something else. He says he is useless when it comes to her work. Yan brushes it off. She says he was always like that. But those words make her pause. They remind her of something. And suddenly, she asks him a strange question. She regrets it immediately, but still continues. She tells him to focus on happy and beautiful things from now on. That shifts the mood between them. Cha Wu agrees easily. He says it won't be hard. Then they start staring at each other. The atmosphere becomes heavy. Yan feels it instantly, so she quickly breaks it. She says she is sleepy. Then she plans to shower and end the moment, but things don't go as expected. Cha Wu asks something shocking. He offers to bathe her. That freezes her mind for a second. Then she explodes. She shouts in shock. Meanwhile, he doesn't understand her reaction at all. To him, this is normal for couples. But Yan switches instantly. She goes into full defensive mode. She says she is very conservative. She explains she was raised with strict rules. Boys and girls shouldn't even sit together. Her logic sounds extreme, but she sticks to it. Then he asks if that applies to him too. She says yes without hesitation. Marriage is not a free pass. That is her excuse. But now he gets curious. He asks what marriage actually means then. Yan has no answer ready. She goes silent. That gives him the chance to speak. And this time, he sounds serious. He asks her to teach him. Because of his memory loss, he feels lost. Like he is not the husband he should be. He says something deeper. If he can't take care of her, he has no purpose. That thought weighs on him. Then he adds one more thing. He feels he is not important to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left him alone for a week. That hits too close to the truth. Yan knows he is right, but she can't admit it. What surprises her more is this. His mind becomes sharp at moments like this. Normally, he acts simple. But when it comes to her, he becomes incredibly perceptive. That contrast makes things harder for her. Yan starts feeling overwhelmed. The situation she created is getting out of control. It feels like a storm closing in. But for now, she has only one option. She has to stay calm and keep everything under control. Yan feels shy hearing his words. She quietly says that him bathing her is wrong. But Cha Wu doesn't see it that way at all. To him, they have already done more as a couple. He speaks so directly that it makes her uncomfortable, and he doesn't even notice her reaction. He adds something else. He says they probably lacked intimacy because they were too proper with each other. That only makes things worse. Then he gives her permission. He tells her to be less reserved with him, but that just traps her deeper in her own lie. Yan realizes she can't argue anymore. He is using her own words against her, and this time, he won't back down easily. So she compromises. She allows him to help wash her back instead. To her, that feels like the safest option. She doesn't realize the risk. And just like that, she walks into another problem. Soon, they are in the bathroom. Yan tries to prepare herself mentally. She tells herself she can handle this, that it's just another sacrifice. But the moment Cha Wu steps in, her heart starts racing. She feels completely exposed. The tension hits instantly. Still, she forces herself to stay calm. She tells him to just focus on washing her back, nothing more. Cha Wu moves closer. But then he notices something. A scar on her back catches his attention. He gently touches it. Then he asks how she got it. That question brings back an old memory. Yan brushes it off at first. She says it's nothing. But her reaction tells a different story. Cha Wu can tell there is more behind it, so he presses again. He wants the truth. At first, she stays silent. But then, she finally speaks. She reveals that her family gave her that scar. That answer shocks him, and it makes him angry. He calls her family trash without hesitation. But Yan doesn't react the same way. She believes there was a reason behind it. That response feels strange. Cha Wu disagrees completely. He says there is no excuse for hurting someone like that. Even he understands that. Hearing this makes Yan smile faintly. Then she says something unexpected. She says sometimes people hurt others because they love them too much. She isn't talking about him, but he misunderstands it instantly. His mind connects everything back to himself. He remembers how he acted before. The aggression, the fear, the tension between them. All of it starts coming together. This guy begins to fear that his past self was a monster. And turns out, he isn't far from the truth. Yan doesn't notice anything and keeps talking normally. She explains how love can quickly turn into anger, and that humans are not like trees. She adds that people expect something in return. That is why they get angry when things don't work out. Then she suddenly shifts the topic and tells him to grab the scrub towel. His hands alone are not helping her bath at all. But Cha Wu hesitates. He says the scar looks painful, and might get worse. He believes touching it wrongly will hurt her more. Still, Yan brushes it off, and insists on finishing her bath. This guy doesn't back down. Instead, he suggests doing something else entirely. That instantly makes things worse for Yan. She gets confused and slightly scared by what he means. Then he clarifies it. He just wants to play around casually. While helping her, her mind drifts back to the scar again. Turns out, no one ever asked her about it before. People always ignored it like it was normal. Back then, when she lived on the streets, others judged her constantly. They assumed she was abandoned for a reason. But things changed when Cha Wu noticed her pain. He was the first to care about her tears. That memory hits differently. She starts questioning if her scars really mattered. Out of frustration, she splashes water on her face. Seeing that, Cha Wu quickly helps her rinse off. After the bath, they head upstairs together. The atmosphere feels strangely calm now. Yan feels relaxed for the first time. She is ready to sleep without overthinking. Surprisingly, sharing a bed no longer feels like a big deal. They say goodnight and lie down. Everything feels normal on the surface, but things are not that simple. Before sleeping, Yan starts thinking. She wonders if this will be her life now. Days with him outside and nights together in one room. She admits he is difficult, but surprisingly, he isn't as bad as she expected. That thought almost puts her to sleep, but suddenly, she sits up. Something hits her hard. She realizes she is getting comfortable around him. That realization scares her. This is the same man who almost killed her. She starts calling herself crazy for forgetting that. Yan stares at him seriously. She reminds herself he is dangerous and unpredictable. She cannot let her guard down. Meanwhile, Cha Wu is confused. This guy thinks her scar is hurting again. He completely misunderstands the situation. Their eyes meet again. Yan calms down for a moment, but then, her conscience pushes her back. She reminds herself of who he really is. She tells herself not to be soft. Then she even hits herself to stay alert. Cha Wu just watches quietly. He doesn't stop her at all. He lets her do whatever she needs. Cha Wu finally steps in and stops her. This guy can't watch her hurt herself anymore. Now that he has her attention, he asks what changed her mood. He even wonders if he made her uncomfortable somehow. Yan avoids his eyes completely. She tells herself his presence is the problem. Then she rudely looks away, refusing to face him. That upsets him a little, but surprisingly, he stays calm. He gently asks her to look at him again. For a moment, it seems to work, but then she breaks free from his hold. That's when things take a turn. He suddenly changes his approach. He questions her behavior and tests her. Then, without warning, he bites her. Yan reacts instantly and tells him to stop, but this guy doesn't listen. He keeps going like something snapped inside him. Things get worse fast. She asks if his memories have returned. That question hits him hard. He immediately realizes he messed up, but Yan doesn't stop there. She asks again, pushing him further. Now the room goes silent. He can see fear in her eyes. She looks at him like he is a monster again. That moment breaks him. He quickly denies everything. He says he hasn't regained his memories. He explains he just lost control for a second. Then he admits it was his fault, and surprisingly, he apologizes sincerely. But he doesn't stop there. He decides to punish himself. He says he will sleep in another room. He even suggests skipping meals, or staying asleep for a long time just to make her feel safe. Turns out, he is serious. That should make things easier for Yan, but surprisingly, it doesn't. Instead, she calls out to him as he leaves. This girl confuses even herself. She gets out of bed and chases after him. She wants to stop him somehow, but he stops her instead. He warns her not to come closer. He says if he smells her, he might lose control again. His voice carries pain. His eyes are filled with emotion. That alone makes Yan freeze in place. Seeing his resolve, she changes her approach. She tells him to sleep on the second floor. That would be safer for both of them. Before she can say anything more, he shuts the door. The sound echoes in the room, and just like that, he leaves her alone. Yan stands there, lost. She wonders how she is supposed to live like this. Everything feels unstable again. And just like that, Cha Wu falls asleep once more. This is his third long sleep. Days pass quietly. Then a young boy approaches Yan's tree hospital. He walks in while reading about insects. But turns out, he is not alone. Someone is following him closely. The danger slowly creeps in. Inside the hospital, Yan calls Chuja. She shows her the first announcement for the Haidom project. The rules shock them both. Contestants must trim a 30-meter tree, and they must climb it without any equipment. That sounds insane. The two women burst out laughing. They can't believe such conditions exist. Chuja even gets annoyed. She wants to call and complain immediately. Chuja looks at the rules again and gets frustrated. A 30-meter tree is as tall as a 10-story building. To her, this competition feels like a death trap, but Yan calms her down quickly. She explains they might be testing courage and endurance. Still, even she finds it unreasonable without ladders or lifts. They keep arguing about the rules. Turns out, they don't notice the little boy listening nearby. He quietly slips into the compound unnoticed. The boy gets curious and starts exploring. Then he finds a separate room and decides to check it out, and that's where things get interesting. Inside, he sees Cha Wu sleeping. This guy looks huge and unfamiliar to him, so the boy walks closer and starts observing him. Before anything else happens, Yan rushes in. She calls out to the boy and asks when he arrived. Then she quickly pulls him away. She tells him that room is dangerous, and she leads him outside immediately, but the boy already made his own conclusion. He starts analyzing Cha Wu like an expert. He says this guy is a strong male meant for hunting, and he calls him rare. Turns out, this kid is an insect expert at their hospital. He is confident in his judgment, and surprisingly he calls Cha Wu dangerous. Yan tries to deny it. She says Cha Wu is not dangerous, but the kid disagrees strongly. To him, all strong males are dangerous, and honestly, he isn't completely wrong. His rough upbringing shaped his way of thinking. Yan tries to explain things properly. She says humans are different from animals, but before she finishes, something interrupts her. She notices someone outside the window, and surprisingly, it's Joa Yun. That instantly changes the mood. Yan demands to know what he is doing there. He casually says he followed the boy into the compound. This scumbag just shows up again. The boy immediately reacts. He calls Joa Yun unpleasant and ruined. That comment hits hard, but no one defends him. Yan tells the boy to stay back. She decides to handle Joa Yun herself. First, she demands an explanation. Then she threatens to call the police. But Joa Yun ignores it completely. Instead, he asks something strange. He asks if the boy is her child. That question reveals everything. Yan knows exactly what he is thinking, so she plays along. She lets him believe the boy might be her son, and that hits him hard. He starts overthinking instantly. He believes she disappeared to hide a pregnancy. That idea completely shakes him. Yan corrects him quickly. She says she didn't disappear. She was fired because of him. But this guy doesn't listen. He keeps spiraling deeper. He is convinced the boy is her child. Now he feels betrayed. He says she was always strict before, and yet she hid something this big from him. He gets emotional and desperate. He demands proof immediately. He wants to check a family registry. He says only then will he believe she is married. But Yan has had enough of this nonsense. She doesn't argue anymore. Instead, she calls the police. She reports him for trespassing and stalking. Yan calls the police immediately. She tells them to hurry because a stalker is causing trouble. She even says this scumbag might be drunk or just rambling nonsense. That only makes Jo Yoon louder. He starts shouting that he is not a criminal. According to him, she is the one escalating things by refusing to show proof. But Yan doesn't react. She stands there calmly like a different person. Turns out, she is no longer the weak girl he remembers. She knows exactly why he is here, not because he cares, but because he thinks she is still easy to control. And after everything she went through, that idea feels ridiculous. This guy keeps talking nonsense. But Yan has already seen worse. From Cha Woo to his brother, nothing scares her anymore. So she shuts him down. She threatens to throw dirt on him if he keeps talking. Then she warns him to stay out of her life. To make it clear, she brings up her husband. She describes Cha Woo as someone dangerous, someone who bites and buries things. That warning finally lands. She tells him to stop before he gets hurt. Then she walks back inside without looking back. Jo Yoon stands there frozen. He can't recognize this version of her. The quiet girl he knew is completely gone. He starts thinking deeply. Maybe she changed because he left her alone, or maybe because he stopped controlling her. Either way, he realizes something. He made a mistake, and now he wants to fix it. As she shuts the curtains, he makes a decision. He promises to guide her back his way. That thought alone makes things worse. Now Yan has two problems: living with Cha Woo and dealing with this stalker again. And turns out, this guy is not done. Jo Yoon starts following her constantly. He appears everywhere she goes. Things get so bad that she returns to the police. But this time, they don't believe her. She says she saw him 3 times in one day, but they call it coincidence. She mentions the roses at her door every morning, but there is no proof it's him. This scumbag stays clean on paper. The police have nothing on him, so they can't act, and that only makes Yan more frustrated. She insists he is watching her. She even brings up his past behavior, but the officer starts doubting her instead. Turns out, her past report ruined her credibility. The one about the murder incident, the one she had to hide. Because of that, they think she is imagining things. And that hits her hard. But things get even worse. There is no record of Jo Yoon ever stalking her. That fact completely shakes her. Now she feels truly alone. Later, she sits in her room. She watches Cha Woo sleeping. Her face looks drained and hopeless. She starts thinking about waking him up. Maybe he can help her. Maybe he can protect her. But then Chuja steps in. She stops her immediately. She warns her about the consequences. She says waking him is not simple. It comes with a price. And Yan needs to be ready for that. She adds one more thing. Yan can't keep treating him like a monster, and at the same time, rely on him. That truth hits deep, because now, Yan is stuck between fear and dependence, and there is no easy way out. Chuja understands everything. She tells Yan that if she wants his help, she must treat him like a new person. Right now, this guy is just an empty shell with no past. If she can't accept that, then she shouldn't wake him at all. Yan struggles with that truth. She keeps reminding herself that a murderer is still a murderer. That is why she pushed him away in the first place. But things get complicated. While making fertilizer, she starts blaming herself. She feels shameless for needing him now, after rejecting him before. Turns out, she knows he can solve her stalker problem. But trusting a killer is not easy, so she chooses something in between. She decides not to trust his past, but trust the version of him that exists now, the one devoted to her. By midnight, she finishes her work and her thoughts. But things get worse suddenly. Someone appears outside her window. It's Jo Yoon again, staring in like a creep. He declares that she has no husband. That moment feels disturbing, and right then, Cha Woo wakes up with tears in his eyes. Turns out, everything before was just a nightmare. Yan is still asleep beside him, but not for long. Soon, she wakes up too, and this time, things are different. This is exactly what she wanted. She stares at him carefully. Just hours ago, he was completely still. Now he is alive and moving in front of her. Cha Woo feels relieved. He wonders if he is finally free again. He even asks why she isn't scolding him like before. But Yan says nothing. She just keeps looking at him. Something about his expression feels strange. This guy has clearly been crying. Yet he brushes it off and notices she looks thinner. Surprisingly, she also focuses more on him now. He reveals something important. For 8 days, He has been trapped in nightmares. That explains everything. Yan doesn't understand what could break a man like him, but she knows one thing. She left him alone in those nightmares. That realization hits hard, and suddenly she breaks down. Tears start pouring out uncontrollably. Cha Wu gets worried instantly. He asks what is wrong, but things don't stop there. Yan finally opens up. She tells him everything about the stalker, from the incidents to her failed attempts to catch him. What hurts her most is simple. This scumbag keeps escaping everything she tries. That frustration has been building up. Cha Wu listens carefully. He tells her to calm down and explain properly. His tone stays steady. That look in his eyes changes everything. It gives her confidence. So she explains everything again, this time more clearly. After hearing it all, he understands the situation. He realizes she has been struggling alone all this time. Then he says something important. He believes she woke him up so he could help her. That thought surprises her. At first, she thinks he is judging her, but turns out, he isn't, not at all. Instead, he pulls her into a warm embrace. Then he reassures her. He tells her she did the right thing. And just like that, for the first time, she gets real support. Yan remembers how the police ignored her. They said there was nothing they could do. But now, Cha Wu is here, actually comforting her. This guy tells her to leave everything to him. The look in his eyes changes completely. And just like that, Jo Yun is already in danger. Cha Wu wants to go after him immediately. He tells Yan to rest while he handles it, but she quickly stops him. That only shows how little he cares about the culprit. To him, Jo Yun is just a bug. He even says it openly. But then things take a turn. Yan calmly tells him she already caught the bug. That shocks him instantly. They both go to check. And there he is, tied up tightly. Turns out, Yan did everything herself. Cha Wu looks impressed. This guy can't believe how well she tied him. She explains she learned knotting skills long ago. And today, it finally paid off. But he wants more details. He asks how she even caught him. Yan explains it simply. She used pepper spray first, then she hit him with a shovel. She calls it a light tap. But Jo Yun clearly knows it wasn't light at all. Still, Cha Wu doesn't care. All he sees is how capable she is. He even praises her again for tying the rope so neatly. Meanwhile, Jo Yun is panicking. He can't understand how they are so calm. These two are acting like this is normal. To him, they both look insane, and that realization makes things worse, because now, he knows he is in real danger. Cha Wu steps forward. He offers to handle everything. Then he tells Yan to go rest again. But she stops him once more. She explains her reason clearly. She doesn't want revenge. She just wants Jo Yun to accept that they are married. She wants him gone, not dead. Cha Wu listens and smiles. He agrees with her request. He says he won't kill him. For a moment, Yan feels relieved. She even thinks Chuja was right about him, that he is like a blank slate. But then things get darker. He casually says this is not a good place to kill someone. That line brings back all her fears. Suddenly, she can't trust him again. She panics and asks for a promise. She needs him to swear he won't kill anyone. This time, he agrees properly. He says he will only teach him a lesson. That calms her slightly. He tells her to go inside and rest. And finally she walks away. But behind her, Jo Yun starts begging. He pleads for her not to leave him alone with Cha Wu. But it doesn't matter anymore. She doesn't stop. Now Jo Yun is truly alone. And he finally understands the situation. He is facing someone dangerous. Cha Wu steps closer slowly. His expression turns cold. Then he calls him by name. He asks one simple thing. He wants to know where his hideout is. But Jo Yun can't answer. So Cha Wu tries to force it out of him. Then he realizes something. His mouth is still sealed shut. Cha Wu realizes Jo Yun can't speak. So this guy decides to guess instead. He grabs him and starts dragging him away. Jo Yun struggles desperately. He tries to demand release, but no sound comes out. Still, he refuses to give up. But things get worse. Cha Wu drags him straight to his hideout. That instantly shocks Jo Yun to the core. He can't believe it got figured out so easily, so Cha Wu explains calmly how he did it. Turns out, the first time he stepped outside, he noticed that building. From there, anyone could spy on Yan's house. That clue was enough for him. He knew the stalker would choose that place. And surprisingly, he was right. Cha Wu even finds it amusing. He tells Jo Yun he should have been more careful. Doing something this dirty requires brains. Then he adds something darker. Acting like a fool gets you crushed, so it's better to act like a dog. That smile on his face changes everything. Jo-Yoon immediately understands the danger. If he enters that building, he might not come out alive. He looks around desperately for help, and surprisingly, he spots someone nearby. A random man is walking home. Jo-Yoon sees him as his only hope. He tries to beg for help with everything he has. But turns out, the man just watches silently. Then he walks away like nothing happened. That moment destroys any hope. Jo-Yoon is completely alone now, and Cha-woo is still dragging him forward. But this random man is not random at all. Turns out, he has been watching Yan and Cha-woo for 2 years. Seeing Cha-woo again excites him. This guy calls him his young master. He realizes something important. Cha-woo has lost his memory. But even like this, he can handle pests easily. Still, he decides to step in behind the scenes. He wants everything to be handled cleanly. So he makes a call. He introduces himself as Bohm-hee, and just like that, things move quietly in the background. Morning arrives. Yan finally wakes up feeling refreshed. It has been a long time since she slept this peacefully. But then she realizes something. Last night, she left Jo-Yoon with Cha-woo. That thought hits instantly. She screams and rushes downstairs. She needs to see what happened. When she gets there, Cha-woo is calmly arranging flowers. This guy looks completely normal. By the time she arrives, he is already done and welcomes her warmly. He asks about her night like nothing happened. That moment feels unreal, like everything before was just a dream. Yan quickly asks what he is doing. He says he is practicing flower arrangement. He wants to return to his normal life. She pretends to accept it, but deep down she feels guilty. This man is following everything she says without knowing the truth. Last night only makes it worse. But Cha-woo interrupts her thoughts again. He asks if he can tie her hair. Yan refuses at first. She says she is not in the mood, but he clarifies something. He says he just wants to touch her hair. That soft approach works, and she finally agrees. As he starts, Yan remembers something. There was a time she watched others get their hair done. Back then, she had no one for herself. That memory lingers quietly. Then Cha-woo drops something important. He tells her Jo-Yoon won't bother her anymore. Just like that. He assures her she can relax now. Then he finishes tying her hair neatly. He even says she looks beautiful. Yan doesn't believe it, but he continues. He says her face alone could drive people crazy. Hearing his words makes Yan freeze. Her mind goes blank instantly. So this guy quickly changes the topic and asks if she is hungry. She admits she is, and turns out, he already prepared food. He knew she would be hungry when she woke up. They sit down together like a normal couple. The atmosphere feels strangely peaceful. Then Cha-woo asks about her plans for the day. She says she will handle house chores she delayed, but surprisingly he offers to help her. That catches her off guard. She isn't used to sharing work with anyone. Still, she agrees, even though she feels unsure inside. And strangely, she feels comfortable doing things with him, something she never expected. For a moment, she wonders about his past. Maybe he used to do chores before losing his memory. But then, she dismisses it. She can't imagine that version of him at all. She doesn't even know how much of him is left. Meanwhile, Cha-woo is thinking too. He wonders if she truly cared for him back then. But even if she didn't, this guy is determined now. He wants to stay close to her no matter what. Then suddenly, he picks up a flower. He asks something unexpected. He wants to know if she ever tasted one before. She says she tried it as a child, and that is enough for him. He asks her to show him how it's done. He watches closely as she demonstrates. But turns out, he isn't satisfied. He pushes her to do it again properly. Yan starts noticing something. This guy is clearly teasing her, but she still goes along with it. She can't just refuse him directly, and that only makes things more awkward. Soon, she calls him out. She says she doesn't eat like that, but he pushes further and asks how she does it instead. She explains simply. She bites lightly instead, and surprisingly, he finds that funny too. Then he tries it himself, still smiling. But things slowly shift. The topic stops being about flowers. The tension between them rises quickly. And just like that, they step into dangerous territory. Yan realizes what's happening. This is exactly what she has been avoiding. But this time, she feels herself getting pulled in. She tries to stop it. She says their relationship has always been platonic. But Cha Wu shuts that down. He tells her to forget the past and focus on him now. That hits hard. The moment becomes overwhelming. She feels like she is about to lose control completely, like a wave about to swallow her whole. But at the last second, she pulls herself back. She lies and blames herself. She says she messed things up before, acting like she is the problem. Cha Wu plays along. He questions how long she plans to avoid him. But instead of pushing further, he stops. Then, surprisingly, he covers her up. He tells her she needs to act more like his wife. According to him, she has to show it properly. After that, he leaves calmly. He says he will go take care of the yard. But before leaving, he drops one last line. Next time, she should react better. Because what she did today wasn't enough. Yen walks away and thanks the stars she is still alive. What just happened leaves her completely shaken. She never imagined feeling something like that in her life. To her, those emotions were never meant for her. Now she doesn't even know how to handle them. She tries to brush it off. Maybe she will figure it out later. But when night comes, things get worse. She is back in bed with Cha Wu again, and this time it feels like pure torture. She has never shared a bed like this before, not after something so intimate. Meanwhile, this guy looks completely calm. His behavior confuses her even more. In the morning, he was different, and now he feels unpredictable. She is back in bed with Cha Wu again, and this time it feels like pure torture. She has never shared a bed like this before, not after something so intimate. Meanwhile, this guy looks completely calm. His behavior confuses her even more. In the morning, he was different, and now he feels unpredictable. Yan keeps staring at him without realizing, and, of course, he notices. He assumes she is trying to say something. Turns out, he thinks she is calling him. She quickly denies it. She says she just couldn't sleep, but that only invites more trouble. Cha Wu gets curious and asks about their past. Now she is trapped again. To answer him, she has to lie completely. She tells him they met on a mountain, that he chased her to return something she dropped. He finds the story charming, and she plays along, calling it a classic meeting. But when he asks what she dropped, she changes the truth. In reality, it was a chainsaw, but she lies, and says it was a comb. That small lie creates a strange moment between them. He looks at her differently. Then he says he is glad he went to that mountain, but things hit differently for Yan. She regrets that day 1,000 times over. That single event changed everything, and she knows this conversation will only get deeper. So she pretends to be sleepy. She wants to escape before he asks more. Seeing that, Cha Wu turns off the lights for her. But something feels off. She notices it immediately. This guy is crying again. She asks why, but gets no answer. His mood shifts confuse her completely. Then she remembers something useful. She recalls that music can help calm people. So she quickly finds a disc. Then she plays classical music for him. Turns out, it works. His nightmare slowly fades away. Instead, he starts dreaming peacefully. He sees his mother teaching him music, and just like that, his crying stops. Yan watches in surprise. She didn't expect it to work, but now, he is breathing calmly. For the first time, she wants him to sleep peacefully. Even she doesn't understand why, but strangely, it feels right. Days pass like this. Then finally, the big day arrives. The first round of the High Dome project begins. The rules are repeated again. They must trim a 30-meter tree, and they must climb it without any tools. The first contestant steps up. It's the Green Hospital. Not the biggest, but definitely dangerous competitors. The tension rises immediately. Yan locks eyes with one of their directors. That stare alone says everything. This is no friendly competition. She knows her goal clearly. She cannot lose before facing Dongxiu Tree Hospital. That is her real target. She prepares herself, but suddenly, she realizes something is missing. Her rope is gone. Then she spots it, and surprisingly, it's with Cha Wu. She immediately asks what he is doing with it. Cha Wu questions her immediately. This guy doesn't understand why she needs the rope, but Yan pushes back and says it's necessary. To him, the real issue is danger. He can clearly see she is putting herself at risk. Yan tries to explain calmly. She says she has safety gear and knows what she is doing. Then she asks for the rope again, but he refuses to give it to her. That only makes things worse. She keeps insisting. Then, the Green Hospital's old director steps up. Yan uses him as an example to prove her point. She explains climbing is basic for tree doctors, it's part of the job, but turns out, reality hits fast. The old man struggles badly. The branches are too slippery. In the end, he gives up completely. That moment ruins her argument. Even Cha Wu sees it clearly now. Then Chuja steps in. She tells Yan to withdraw. It's not worth the risk. If they quit now, they lose nothing. But Yan refuses. She knows something important. If the damaged tree is left like this, it will affect others nearby. So she decides to handle it herself. She demands the rope again. This time, Cha Wu gives a condition. He will give it only if she returns home with him. He scolds her for being reckless, but Yan doesn't agree. To her, this is responsibility, not recklessness. She tells him to stop interfering. Their argument continues. Then, suddenly, she snaps. She asks if he is talking back to her. That surprises both of them, but his response is even more shocking. He calmly says he isn't talking back. Instead, this guy clips the rope onto her. Then he says something different. He asks if she thought about the husband waiting below. Turns out, he was acting scared. He just wanted her to reassure him, and strangely, that works. His words motivate her. Then Chuja hands her the saw. She tells her to be careful. Yan looks at the saw. It reminds her of the past. The same tool once stained with his blood, but now, he is the one worrying about her. That shift feels strange. Still, she pushes forward. She starts climbing. Step by step, she moves higher. Before anyone realizes, she is already near the top. The crowd is shocked. They didn't expect this at all. Now everyone is watching her. Some even start rooting for her. They believe she might actually succeed. But inside, things are different. Yan realizes something too late. She is afraid of heights. She never climbed this high before. That fear hits suddenly, and because of that, her body freezes. She struggles to move properly, but she refuses to stop. She has come too far. She promises herself to finish the job. She focuses on the tree. She tries to maintain balance. But then it happens. Her footing slips. Everything goes wrong in an instant. Chuja sees it and screams. But it's too late. Yan is already falling. Yan shuts her eyes tightly as she falls. She prepares for impact, but surprisingly, nothing happens. She slowly opens her eyes, and right in front of her is Cha Wu. This guy is holding her mid-air, one arm around her waist, the other gripping the tree. He asks if she is okay while hanging like it's nothing. Yan is shocked. She calls his name in disbelief, but the next second, she snaps. She starts scolding him loudly. She asks what kind of person climbs a tree without gear. At least she had a rope, but this guy had nothing. But Cha Wu doesn't feel bad. Instead, he smiles. Turns out he realizes she is angry because she cares. He leans closer and rests near her shoulder. Then he asks her to guess why he acted like this. That only makes her blush harder. But then he gives her a choice. Should they go down or finish the job? That question snaps her back to reality. She remembers the competition. She tells him she will finish it. There is no turning back now. Cha Wu smiles again. Then he tells her to climb onto his back. That instantly shocks her. He says he will cut the tree while she guides him. But Yan refuses immediately. She tells him to go down. She is worried about him. But this guy doesn't listen. He says even if he falls, she will survive. Those words hit her deeply. Her heart starts racing. She hugs him tightly. Then she tells him never to say something like that again. With tears in her eyes, she warns him, if he gets hurt, she won't be able to live either. She reminds him she is the tree doctor, not him. She tells him to stop messing around, but surprisingly, this is his happiest moment. Seeing her worry like this makes him smile even more. He tells her she can punish him later, but for now, she needs to hold on. Before she can react, he moves. He pulls her onto his back. Yan screams in fear instantly. He tells her to hold his neck tightly. Then he jumps. This guy starts climbing rapidly. Branch after branch. He moves like it's nothing. In seconds, they reach the top. Everyone below is stunned. He calmly tells her they have arrived. But Yan is completely out of it. She can barely process anything. All she can say is one word. Cha Wu reminds her he is just an amateur. So now, she has to guide him. At this point, there is no turning back. They are already at the top. So Yan finally agrees. At the bottom of the tree, everyone is stunned. People point upward and realize the final move is starting. They wonder if it's even possible to work while carrying someone. But surprisingly, they believe these two might actually pull it off. Up at the top, Yan keeps guiding Chao Wu. She gives clear instructions and pushes him to go harder. Because of that, our boy starts blushing like crazy. His ears turn red and he begins sweating. But Yan has no idea and keeps pushing him forward. They get close to finishing the job. She leans in and tells him to give one last push. He follows through immediately. The branch snaps and falls down. Everyone below is shocked. They actually did it. It feels like watching a movie in real life. Even the rival team is impressed. Still on his back, Yan starts celebrating happily. She laughs and praises him non-stop. She tells him he did amazing. She says his strength and hand skills are impressive. That only makes things more awkward. But Chao Wu focuses on something else. He praises her teaching instead. He even looks forward to what comes next. Yan misunderstands everything. She thinks it's pure praise and smiles brightly. Meanwhile, the tree is finally safe. The damaged branch is gone. Now the tree can heal and grow properly again. And just like that, the winner is decided. Yan from Spruce Tree Hospital takes the victory. No one is more shocked than Chuja. Later, the three celebrate at a restaurant. Chuja keeps replaying the moment again and again. She describes how Chao Wu moved like a shadow, then suddenly jumped like a panther to save Yan. At that moment, she thought this guy had lost his mind. Yan just laughs it off. Meanwhile, Chao Wu quietly serves her food. Chuja insists the hero should drink first, but Yan refuses instantly. She says someone like him shouldn't drink. That makes Chuja pause. Then she reacts strongly. She says a man like that can't be considered sick. Yan tries to explain, but can't say the real reason. She fears alcohol might bring back his old self. Chuja still tries to pour him a drink, but Yan suddenly grabs the bottle. Then she drinks it herself. That shocks everyone. Chuja gets angry and slams the table. People around them start staring. She questions Yan loudly, but Yan fires back immediately. She says she will drink everything for him. Chao Wu tries to stop her, but she doesn't listen. She insists people shouldn't judge him. And just like that, she keeps drinking. But things get worse quickly. A few minutes later, Yan is completely drunk. She can barely stand properly. Everything feels like it's floating. She starts enjoying the strange feeling, laughing and relaxing like she is on clouds. Meanwhile, Chao Wu is struggling. He carries her on his back carefully, but this girl keeps swinging around. He warns her to stay still, but she doesn't understand anything. She touches him and realizes something. This is not a cloud, it's something solid. Chao Wu asks what kind of dream she was having. Then he questions why she drank so much when she said she couldn't. Yan answers simply, saying if she didn't drink, he would have to. That answer makes him pause. He asks if she really hates him drinking that much. But this drunk girl just swings her legs and says yes. He smiles slightly and teases her. He asks if she is worried his brain will get messed up. But turns out, she slips and reveals the truth. She says she is afraid his memories will return. That changes everything. Chao Wu freezes on the spot. His eyes widen as he stops walking. Then he asks if she really doesn't want him to remember. Resting on his back, she says yes again. That answer hits him hard. He keeps asking more. He asks if she is afraid of him. She says yes. He asks if he hurt her before. She says yes again. Then he asks how often, and her answer hurts even more. She says even when it wasn't him, he looked used to it. That line breaks something inside him. This guy starts hating his past self. He calls that version of him trash, someone worse than an animal. He says that person should have stayed buried forever, because he left all the pain behind for her. Then he asks the biggest question. Why did she bring him back at all? He says she could have left him there. She had everything going for her. She could have lived peacefully anywhere. So why choose someone like him? Yan recalls the past, the promise she made 2 years ago. Then she explains it simply. What they have is a real promise, something that cannot be broken. She says even if it hurts, she would still choose the same path again. That statement hits him deeply, but turns out, he misunderstands it. He thinks she is talking about their marriage. That thought pulls him in. He feels like he has been given another chance. Meanwhile, Yan is thinking of something else. She remembers how he climbed that tree for her. The guy who refused to give up no matter what. That is the version she sees now. So she chooses to take responsibility, even for someone like him. But Chao Wu sees it differently. He believes this is his chance, a second chance to fix everything. He smiles quietly. Even someone like him can start again. Morning comes quickly. Yan wakes up with a terrible headache. It feels like her head will split open. She tries to remember last night, but her memory stops at drinking. Everything after that is blank. Then she hears a sound. It's coming from the bathroom. She starts wondering if Cha Wu is inside, but something feels off. When she looks down, she notices her clothes are different. That realization freezes her. Her mind stops for a moment. She starts questioning what happened. Then the bathroom door opens. Cha Wu walks out with only a towel around his waist. He casually asks if she is awake, but Yan can't handle it. Her face turns bright red instantly, like a tomato ready to burst. Yan quickly grabs the blanket and covers herself. She asks Cha Wu about last night in a panic, but this guy calmly tells her she changed her clothes herself. That instantly relieves her. He even explains she pushed him away and insisted on doing it alone. But Yan isn't really listening anymore. Her eyes drift downward, and suddenly, she notices something else. That loose towel around his waist looks like it might fall any second. She keeps staring without realizing. Turns out, she can't look away. Meanwhile, Cha Wu keeps talking like nothing is happening. He asks if she remembers what he said last night, but she answers absent-mindedly, because right now, her focus is somewhere else entirely. Then things shift. He steps closer and puts a foot on the bed, and suddenly, he says something serious. He tells her some of his memories came back. That instantly grabs her attention. Now she finally looks up at him properly. He continues, 2 years ago, he tried to die. That shocks Yan completely. She recalls that night. Everything starts connecting. Then he says something even heavier. 2 years ago, he actually died. That line hits hard. He climbs onto the bed and holds her hands. He tells her ever since then, he never wanted to wake up, which means the man she knew before is gone. He declares he is not that same person anymore. So, if she still has anything from that past, she should get rid of it. He tells her to throw away the ring, burn the old photos. From now on, he considers this a new marriage. He refuses to lose to the man she remembers. Kneeling before her, this guy looks completely serious. He tells her she tamed him, so now she has to take responsibility till the end. Yan is left stunned by everything he just said. Later, they sit together and eat. The atmosphere feels quiet. Yan keeps watching him carefully. She starts wondering if what he said was true. If he really remembered something, why isn't he asking questions? That silence feels strange. But turns out, he is hiding things. Finally, she can't hold back. She asks if he has anything he wants to know, but he simply says no. That confuses her even more. She expects curiosity, but instead, he stays calm. He says maybe his past self wanted to die out of regret. That is the only explanation he gives. Then he reacts strongly. Just mentioning that past self makes him feel sick. Yan doesn't realize she already revealed part of the truth. Then he asks something simple. Was he at least good at making money? Yan lies and says no. He immediately reacts. He says he knew it. Then he starts scolding her lightly. He says she is too responsible. She doesn't even know how to take advantage of things. If she chose someone useless, she should at least use him properly. Yan can't believe what she is hearing. She says people don't change that easily. But this guy quickly shuts that down. He says he is empty now, so she shouldn't compare him to anyone. He is not the same man anymore. Yan laughs awkwardly and agrees. But the tension remains. Cha Wu asks why she reacts that way. This guy reminds her he is a blank slate now. Because of that, he says he can become anything she wants. Yan feels confused by his desperation. But he goes even further. He promises to erase her ex from her memory. He even says if he fails, she can punish him. That bold attitude catches her off guard. Yan suddenly starts laughing, but she quickly covers it and pretends to cough. Seeing that, Cha Wu smiles too. Then he brings up something else. He says he is curious about her clinic. He wants to know who works there. That question makes Yan nervous. She thinks he might have remembered something, but turns out, he just wants to know her surroundings. He says if he is going to be her husband, he needs to know everything. That finally relaxes her. She explains there is one more worker, an unofficial insect expert. Then suddenly, something hits her. The last time that boy came, Cha Wu was asleep, but now he is awake. and that combination feels dangerous. She imagines things going wrong instantly, but Cha Woo calls her name and stops her thoughts. She quickly explains the boy rarely visits because of school. She says he will meet him someday, but turns out that day comes faster than expected. Without warning, the boy shows up. Cha Woo is outside exercising. Then suddenly, a small boy appears in front of him. That instantly surprises him. He stops and stands properly. The boy watches and claps happily. This guy looks impressed. Cha Woo asks who he is. The boy introduces himself proudly. He says he is a first grader. Then he pulls out a book. He flips through pages quickly. Cha Woo watches him closely. The boy stops on a page. Then he starts explaining something strange. He talks about animals using scent to attract partners. Cha Woo gets confused immediately. He doesn't understand any of it. But the boy continues seriously. He says Cha Woo is giving off that scent right now. That surprises him. He denies it and says it's just sweat. But the boy disagrees. He says younger males have stronger scents. That makes things even weirder. Then he realizes something. He thinks Cha Woo is younger than Yan. But when Cha Woo says they are the same age, the boy panics. He says that's a problem, because the scent will go bad. This kid starts overthinking everything. Cha Woo just finds it funny. He calls him a strange kid. But then the boy says something important. He says Yan is very popular. And that instantly gets Cha Woo's attention. Cha Woo asks the boy how many men are around Yan. The little guy starts counting seriously. Turns out, he mentions 3 different men. That immediately changes the mood. The boy tells Cha Woo he needs to work harder. Right then, Yan arrives. She calls out to the boy, and he runs to her happily. She asks when he came, and he says he has been there for a while. That worries her instantly. She asks if anything happened. But Cha Woo calmly steps in. He carries the boy's bag and says they were just learning from each other. That makes Yan panic for a second. But the boy explains it was just teaching. Then Yan introduces them properly. Still, the boy says he already told him everything. Cha Woo accepts it easily. He says he will rely on him from now on. Then surprisingly they shake hands. The boy even declares Cha Woo his assistant. Seeing this, Yan is completely confused. She has no idea how things turned out like this. Soon, the couple head home together. In the car, Yan apologizes for the boy. She says he didn't mean any harm. Cha Woo says he already knows. But she keeps explaining. She says the boy gets obsessed with things easily. Cha Woo casually compares him to himself. Then things get awkward. He keeps staring at Yan while she drives. She tells him to look ahead, but he refuses. This guy says he is not the one driving. That only makes things worse. She warns him they might crash. He asks if she really will. She says, maybe, which makes him finally look away. That gives her relief, but suddenly, he calls her name again. Then he says he needs an ID. That shocks her completely. She loses control of the car for a moment. They almost crash but manage to stop in time. The force throws her forward, but Cha Woo reacts instantly. He blocks her with his arm. He asks if she is okay, but now things feel different. His arm is pressed against her chest. Yan starts blushing hard. She quickly pushes him away. She insists she is perfectly fine. But then this guy moves closer again. Her heart starts racing. She thinks he might do something. But turns out, he just fixes her seatbelt. That leaves her strangely disappointed. They continue driving. Then she asks about the ID again. He explains he wants a proper job. That makes her nervous. She asks why he even needs one. But he explains simply, planting flowers doesn't earn money, so he wants to work properly. He even plans to open a bank account. That creates a big problem. Yan cannot let him roam freely. So she lies immediately. She says she doesn't know where his ID is. She will look for it later. In reality, she wants to keep him close. She needs to control everything about him, even his memories. But even she knows that sounds wrong. Soon, they arrive at the doctor's office. Yan begins receiving updates on his condition. The doctor finally confirms something important. Whether Cha Woo sleeps or not depends on Yan. That shocks her immediately. She asks for an explanation. But turns out, the answer is complicated. The doctor suggests trauma as a cause, something connected to Yan during the accident. That makes her panic instantly. She insists she was the one traumatized. But the doctor offers another theory. He says Cha Woo might have been affected while in a coma. He reminds her of the words he spoke before. Those same words now matter. Everything he heard for 2 years stayed in his subconscious. That realization hits hard. Yan knows the truth. Her wish for him not to wake up might be the reason. But things get worse. The doctor remembers something else. He lists symptoms related to his condition: aggression, hypersexual behavior, and instability. Yan reacts sharply because this is serious. But the doctor brushes it off lightly. He assumes everything is fine. That only makes things heavier for her, because she has seen all those signs. And now, everything starts connecting. She feels empty inside. The doctor continues explaining. Patients like him rely completely on someone. In this case, it's Yan. He will cling to her no matter what. And that could last for years. That thought overwhelms her. Then Cha Wu appears. The doctor quietly tells her something else. For the rest of his life, this guy will depend on her. Just to function normally. Outside, Cha Wu runs after Yan. He asks her to wait. He holds her things and walks beside her. He notices something is wrong. He asks if she is upset. She denies it and keeps walking. But he doesn't believe her. He says her face looks pale. Still, she refuses to stop. He teases her lightly. He asks if she plans to abandon him. She denies it again. He leans closer and checks on her. He thinks she might be sick. But she keeps rejecting everything. Meanwhile, her thoughts spiral. If his actions are just symptoms, then maybe she isn't to blame. That idea should ease her guilt, but surprisingly, it doesn't. Instead, she feels worse. Her emotions overflow. She starts hitting her head. This girl is completely overwhelmed. Cha Wu reacts instantly. He grabs her hand and stops her. But that only makes things more confusing. Even his touch affects her now, so she tries to push him away. She tells him to leave her alone, but this guy refuses. He says if she walks away, he will follow. That frustrates her, but he has a reason. He says he doesn't know the way back. Then he adds something else. His head is full of her. That line changes the mood again, but suddenly, everything shifts. Cha Wu hears something in the distance. His expression turns serious. He tells her not to look back. Then he tells her to run. She doesn't understand, but he grabs her hand anyway. He pulls her toward a tree. He tells her to climb, but she hesitates again. So this guy doesn't wait. He lifts her up without asking. Yan keeps asking what is wrong, but she doesn't need an answer anymore. The reason shows itself fast. A wild boar charges straight toward them. Cha Wu immediately tells her to climb, but she hesitates and tries to look. This guy loses patience and yells at her to climb fast. She gets scared of him more than the boar, so she quickly climbs the tree. From above, she looks down and sees him searching their box. She asks what he is doing. Those tools are not for hunting. She tells him to climb up while she calls for help. But surprisingly, he grabs an axe and starts cutting wood. Yan panics and tells him to stop. The boar is getting closer. She begs him to drop everything and climb up, but things get worse as the animal rushes in. She screams for him to move, but this guy just smiles. He turns and faces the boar head-on. Now it's a fight, man versus beast. Yan can't even watch, and shuts her eyes. When she looks again, he has already struck the animal. But turns out, it's not over yet. The boar charges again, and hits him hard. Yan completely loses it, and screams his name. She quickly calls the rescue center for help. But before she finishes, everything changes. Cha Wu grabs the horn and jumps on its back. Then he brings the axe down and kills it. The operator asks what happened. Yan corrects herself instantly. This time, it's not the boar attacking. It's someone attacking the boar. Cha Wu stands there covered in blood. He wipes his face and tells her to come down, but she refuses and clings to the tree. Right now, he looks more dangerous than the animal. She warns him not to come closer, especially with that axe in his hand. He laughs, but that only makes him creepier. She regrets everything at this point. But suddenly, he bends over in pain. Now she gets worried again. He drops the axe and tells her it's safe, so she finally comes down. At the hospital, the doctor treats his wounds. He says it's a miracle he survived, because a boar can kill like a moving truck. That shocks Yan deeply. She imagines what could have happened. If he wasn't there, things would be worse. The doctor finishes emergency treatment. He says he will visit later, and leaves. Yan feels relieved he didn't expose anything. Then Cha Wu calls her. He asks about the doctor. She casually says he is just a doctor, but this guy doesn't buy it. He looks at her suspiciously. Something doesn't feel right to him. So she explains everything. The doctor has been treating him since his coma days. That only makes him more curious. Chu suddenly asks a serious question. He wonders if they are really that rich. Taking care of a coma patient already costs a lot, so hiring a private doctor so easily feels very suspicious. Yan just sits there frozen in shock. At this point, this guy keeps throwing questions non-stop. It almost feels like a full interrogation. Yan starts to panic because she has no real answer. So our heroine quickly decides to lie. She tells him his family, especially his elder brother, has been supporting everything. She assures him the doctor is completely real. Since the doctor came from his family, there is no reason to doubt him. But turns out, she hides the truth, that his whole family is actually suspicious. She keeps praising the doctor again and again. She says the man visited every single day while Chu was in a coma. He even came during both day and night to check on him. Because of that, she claims he gave his absolute best effort. But things get worse for Yan without her realizing it. This guy only focuses on one detail. The doctor could enter her house any time, even at night. That thought alone starts to burn inside him. Yan thinks those visits helped her feel safe and relaxed. But Chu keeps frowning harder. His mind keeps imagining the doctor coming and going freely while she was alone. Because of that, his jealousy starts rising fast. He suddenly moves closer to Yan and stares right at her. He clearly shows he is not happy at all. Yan tries to explain calmly, but this guy is no longer listening to anything. All he wants to know is what she was doing with that doctor all day and night. His expression looks dangerous and intense. Yan gets scared and starts stammering. She says they were just doing treatment. Surprisingly, that answer only makes things worse. Chu immediately questions what kind of treatment it was. He even asks who exactly was treating who. Now the situation becomes even more awkward. Yan gets confused by his strange reaction. She wonders if they are even talking about the same doctor anymore. Her patience runs out, and she gets angry. She even suggests calling the doctor again to clear things up. Chu realizes he has crossed the line. He quickly apologizes for his behavior. He admits something is wrong with him, but turns out, he just panicked because of how close Yan seems to that doctor. He explains that after talking to the doctor, Yan's attitude changed. Because of that, she decided to stay alone in the mountains. Compared to that capable doctor, this guy feels completely useless. He sadly admits he has been a burden for 2 whole years. He has done nothing but lie around like an invalid. Because of that, he feels worthless and guilty. Still, one thought keeps burning inside him. The idea of another man freely entering her house makes him furious. His anger rises so much that it feels like his whole body is boiling. Even though his words sound emotional, Yan does not believe him. She thinks it is just another symptom of his illness. Because of that, she stays quiet and unsure. Suddenly, the silence breaks. The door gets pushed open without warning. A woman walks in loudly asking about the person who caught the wild boar. Both of them are shocked by this sudden entrance. The woman looks incredibly beautiful. She smiles brightly after confirming the place. Yan gets confused and asks who she is. The woman then politely apologizes. The woman quickly apologizes for rushing in like that. She says she got too excited and forgot to introduce herself. Then she suddenly stands straight and even gives a salute. Turns out, her name is Judong Mi and she works in the mammal division of a wildlife rescue center. She even throws in a cute wink while talking. She proudly announces they already collected the wild boar's body. They also tested it for any virus. After that, she bows deeply and thanks them for reporting it. Yan feels like they did nothing special, but surprisingly, Dongmi reveals something serious. That boar had been attacking and killing people around the area. Because of that, they even gave it the name Man-Eater. Things were getting worse day by day. The higher-ups were already pressuring them hard. They were even planning to send a professional hunting team. But turns out, our boy Chu already handled everything. Dongmi looks straight at him and thanks him again. Even our slow heroine can notice something instantly. This girl clearly likes Cha Wu. Because of that, Yan starts feeling a bit envious. She wonders how people fall in love so quickly. It all seems so natural and fearless. To her, it feels almost amazing. Meanwhile, Dongmi does not hesitate at all. With full confidence, she directly asks for his contact information. Yan just freezes in place. For a whole minute, she cannot even react properly. Then suddenly, it hits her. Her eyes go wide in shock. This is clearly someone getting hit on right in front of her. Outside, Dongmi's teammates start cheering her on. But things don't go as planned. She keeps holding out her phone, waiting. But this guy refuses to even look at her. The silence becomes awkward very fast. Even the people around start feeling embarrassed. After waiting forever, Yan finally steps in. She explains that Chu does not have a personal phone. As strange as it sounds, he really has no phone at all. Dongmi is not bothered by that. Instead, she asks about their relationship. Yan almost calls him her husband, but she stops at the last second. Instead, she calls him her employee. Hearing this, Chu suddenly laughs, but it is not a happy laugh at all. It sounds sharp and bitter. Dongmi does not give up easily. Since she cannot get his number, she asks for a business card, but once again, this guy has nothing. So Yan hands over her own card instead. Dongmi looks at it with surprise. Turns out, Yan is an arborist. Because of that, Dongmi gets interested. During their rescue missions, they often damage trees, so she asks if Yan would like to take such jobs. Yan feels happy hearing that. She quickly agrees to the idea. In her mind, she gives a silent thanks to her boss Chu Jia. Meanwhile, Dongmi's teammates start teasing her. They tell her chasing someone like this will only push him away faster. Since he clearly rejected her, they suggest leaving. But Dongmi just shuts them down. She shows no embarrassment at all. Instead, she bows deeply once again and apologizes for the disturbance. Yan politely returns the bow. Dongmi then turns around to leave. But just before going, she suddenly stops. She turns back and gives Chawu a playful wink. She tells him next time, he must tell her his name. She wishes him a quick recovery, and finally leaves. Watching her walk away, Yan is left completely amazed. That girl is seriously persistent. Even after getting rejected so badly, she shows no sign of giving up. Yan can't help but compare herself to her. Just the thought of a possible illness is enough to shake her confidence. She starts thinking that girl must be really strong inside. But turns out, she forgets about someone standing right behind her. Chu suddenly repeats her words about calling him her employee. He asks if that is really the best way to describe him. His tone clearly shows he is not happy at all. Yan immediately gets nervous because she knows she messed up. She tries to explain that Ju Dongmi obviously likes him. But this guy cuts her off before she can finish. He gets annoyed and questions why she is already calling that girl by name. He walks past her with a cold expression. Then he drops a sharp comment about how badly she treats dogs. After that, he just leaves. Yan stands there alone in silence. The atmosphere feels heavy and uncomfortable. She has never felt this awkward before. Soon, they are both in the car heading home. Since leaving the hospital, Chu has not said a single word. He does not even look at her once. Yan remembers how he used to stare at her all the time. Back then, it made her nervous. But now, his silence makes her feel strangely empty. She keeps sneaking glances at him, but this guy only looks out the window. Because of that, her emotions start getting confusing. When he stared before, she felt uneasy. Now that he ignores her, she feels like something is missing. Being around this man fills her with emotions she cannot explain. Finally, they reach home. Yan lets out a small sigh. She tells him to rest, since the doctor will arrive soon. But suddenly, this guy starts taking off his clothes. Yan gets shocked and lets out a small scream. She clearly did not expect this situation at all. He looks at her with a calm but intense gaze. Then he asks her to wash him. That single sentence turns Yan completely red. She feels like running away immediately. She even questions if she heard it correctly. Her face burns as she backs away like he is dangerous. But surprisingly, Chu stays calm. He explains it like a simple responsibility. When a dog gets dirty, the owner has to clean it and dry it too. Then he steps closer to her. He reminds her about serving others. He says if she does something for him, he will repay her double no matter what. He tells her to look at him properly. He insists he is not shameless. Then he repeats his request again. Yan tries to calm herself down. She convinces herself he is just like a big animal. Not a cute one, but more like a huge wolf. She tells herself it is just water and shampoo. After all, animals are all the same. With that thought, she gathers some courage. She slowly opens the bathroom door. Inside, Chu is already sitting in the bathtub. Water runs over his body as steam fills the air. He turns his head and gives a faint smile. That simple expression hits Yan hard. Her face turns red again instantly. At this point, she is completely flustered. She realizes this is nothing like washing a dog. To calm down, she even slaps her own face lightly. Then she quickly scolds him. She points out he got into the water without removing his bandages. Now, everything is soaked. But this guy stays relaxed. He casually says the doctor will come soon anyway, so changing the bandages later will not be a problem. Yan suddenly notices something strange. This guy is still wearing his pants inside the bathtub. She quickly points it out in shock. But turns out, Chu already has an excuse ready. He calmly says his hands hurt too much to undo the buckle. Because of that, he asks Yan to do it for him. Yan immediately feels something is off. Just moments ago, he was moving perfectly fine. But now, he is acting all weak and helpless. Of course, this is Chao Wu we are talking about. This guy switches to his pitiful mode instantly. He claims being in a coma for so long messed up his body control. He says sometimes he suddenly loses strength, and it scares him. Then he looks at Yan with that helpless expression. Because of that, she starts to hesitate. Yan covers her eyes, completely flustered. She knows he is clearly acting, but somehow, she still cannot refuse him. This guy even leans in and whispers for her to hurry up. He says he just wants to rest soon. With no way out, Yan finally gives in. She decides to just finish this quickly. But before she can continue, something shocking happens. This guy suddenly bites her cheek. Yan freezes completely. She just stares at him in disbelief. Tears start forming in her eyes from the shock. He suddenly shifts their position in the tub. Now Yan is the one lying back, and he is above her. The atmosphere becomes tense instantly. He claims she kept him around only out of guilt, and now, she wants to pass him to someone else. To him, it feels like she always wanted to get rid of him. Yan tries to explain, but he keeps going. Since he promised to do anything for her, he asks something shocking. He asks if she really wants him to go be with another woman. That question completely stuns Yan. After that, everything he says barely registers in her mind. She cannot understand how things escalated this far. He demands a clear explanation, otherwise he will believe she is pushing him away for other men. He even admits he has insecurities too. Yan is completely lost now. She only answered a simple question earlier, but somehow, it turned into this situation. Then, suddenly, she remembers something important. The doctor once mentioned his condition. It can cause aggression and strange behavior. Once again, Yan convinces herself of something. She believes everything happening is just his illness acting up. Meanwhile, Chu is still waiting for her answer. But turns out, she didn't even hear his question properly. She just sits there in silence, completely confused. When she says nothing, this guy suddenly claims he understands. Yan gets even more confused hearing that. What exactly does he understand here? But Chu doesn't explain anything clearly. Instead, he says before she gives him away, she should try him first. That statement leaves her stunned. Before she can react, he leans down and kisses her. Yan is still dazed from everything happening, but this guy keeps going like nothing is wrong. She knows she can push him away any time, but strangely, she just can't do it. Things keep escalating until she reaches her limit. Yan finally tells him she doesn't want this anymore. She has never wanted feelings like this in her life. But this guy doesn't stop. Because of that, she suddenly brings up the doctor. She throws him in as an excuse to explain everything. She tells Chu the real reason she has been avoiding him. It is because he is sick. Then she starts listing all his symptoms one by one. She says his current behavior matches those symptoms exactly. His obsession with her is not real, it is just the illness controlling him. She keeps going even though her words hurt her deeply. She says what he is doing might not even be what he truly wants. It could all just be the sickness. But the more she talks, the worse she feels inside. Her own words start breaking her down. Finally, Chu speaks again. He tells her she is doing the same thing again, listening to others and repeating their words back to him. That habit annoys him deeply. Then he suddenly moves away from her. The warmth disappears instantly. Yan feels cold the moment he pulls back. She quickly covers herself and prepares to leave. But this guy stops her again. He tells her those words are just something she wants to believe. He says the doctor's words are not absolute truth. Deep down, she wants to accept that everything is just his illness, because that would make things easier for her. Yan stands there, unable to process everything. His words hit her harder than she expected. She starts realizing something important. All this time, she wanted his feelings to be real. not just symptoms of an illness. That truth shakes her deeply. Then Chu asks one final question. He tells her to assume his feelings come from the illness. If that is true, then it is not his fault, right? Yan finally realizes something important. Chu has been feeling this way all along, but everything she said earlier now comes back to hit her hard. This guy wastes no time. Like a man on a mission, he carries her straight to the bedroom. He places her on the bed and reminds her of her own words. Aggression, strange behavior, and everything else she listed. He calmly says all of it is true. Yan knows he is using her own lies against her. He gives a sly smile and pushes further. Since he is her poor sick husband, she has no choice but to go along with it. Yan feels completely helpless now. After everything settles, the two sit quietly on the bed. Chu suddenly asks her to look carefully. He wants her to see who the real heartless one is. He admits something surprising. Back in the car he already noticed her feelings. He almost lost control back then too, but of course, she would just call it illness again. He suddenly lets her go and leans back. One hand covers his face as he finally opens up. For the first time, this guy looks shaken. He says he feels like he is going crazy. One moment, she holds onto him tightly. Then the next moment, she pushes him away like nothing. To him, she feels close and distant at the same time. Sometimes, she seems within reach. Other times, she completely ignores his feelings. He doesn't know which version of her is real. That confusion is tearing him apart. Watching him like this, Yan feels her heart ache. This is a man who never showed fear before. Not when facing nightmares, not when climbing tall trees, and not even when fighting a wild boar. But now, he is trembling in front of her. Yan finally understands something. While she kept lying to get through each moment, she never thought about how it looked to him. Even she feels lost every day. But what about Chu? He has no memories at all. To him, everything must feel unstable, like walking on ground that could break any time. And yet, he still chooses to trust her words. He suddenly asks her something direct. Does she take him for a fool? Yan stays silent because deep down she knows the answer. That silence says everything. Even when she tries to deny it, it is already too late. Chu accepts it with a bitter tone. He tells her to keep treating him like a fool if she wants, but she has to keep him close while doing it. He will even keep acting like the sick husband for her. Strangely, those words don't scare Yan anymore. Instead, they bring her a strange sense of comfort. She even wonders if she has caught his illness too. Then he asks her to play along with him again, and once again, things start escalating between them. But suddenly, Yan hears something. Footsteps are coming up the stairs. The doctor has arrived, completely unaware of what is happening. While the doctor hums happily outside, Yan starts panicking, but this guy refuses to stop. He even says this is a perfect chance to teach the doctor a lesson. He complains about the doctor entering their home freely. To him, that behavior deserves consequences. Yan cannot believe what she is hearing. She quickly asks him to think about their reputation, but Chu doesn't care at all. He stays completely stubborn. Then suddenly, a sound comes from the door. The lock starts beeping. The doctor is trying to come inside. Thankfully, the doctor makes a mistake with the passcode. He has to try again. That small delay saves Yan for a moment. She gets so scared that she quickly makes a deal. She agrees to grant Chu one request of his choice, but it cannot involve anything intimate. This guy immediately accepts and reminds her of the promise. Right at that moment, the doctor finally enters the correct code. The door opens slowly, and then, the doctor freezes. Standing right in front of him is Chu, glaring like a predator. His expression looks terrifying, like he might attack at any second. In his arms, Yan is wrapped tightly in a blanket. She pretends to be asleep, completely still. The scene looks extremely suspicious. Chu coldly scolds the doctor. He asks why he didn't knock before entering. He even mocks him for lacking basic manners. The doctor notices the scattered clothes on the floor. That only makes things more awkward. He just stands there, completely shocked. Without saying more, Chu walks away angrily. The poor doctor is left behind, confused about what just happened. Once they are upstairs, Yan suddenly wakes up from her act. She immediately slaps Chu's chest in frustration. She asks what he plans to do now. She still has to meet that doctor regularly. Because of this incident, she feels extremely embarrassed. But turns out, Chu is bothered by something else entirely. He asks why the doctor knows the passcode when he doesn't. That question catches Yan off guard instantly. This guy feels bitter about it. To him, It looks like the doctor can enter freely like it is his own house. That thought clearly annoys him. Yan gets nervous because she doesn't know the code either. She tries to defend herself. She explains it was set by his brother for medical staff. But Chu is not satisfied at all. He feels upset that even strangers might know more about her than he does. He admits he doesn't even know basic things. Not her birthday, not their anniversary, not even her phone number. Then he pulls her into a sad hug. Yan feels guilty seeing him like this. She knows he never knew these things even before. She gently tells him not to rush. They can slowly learn everything again from the start. But this guy still insists on knowing the passcode. Yan gets even more nervous. She truly doesn't know it. But he refuses to drop the topic. At this point, her mind is completely overwhelmed. Too many things have happened today. She cannot think straight anymore. So, she decides to distract him somehow. There is only one way she can think of. Even though she doesn't want to do it, she feels forced. She softly calls his name. Her voice comes out in a way she has never used before. She feels shy and embarrassed instantly. Then she teasingly asks if he wants to continue with her. And just like she expected, Chu gets completely stunned. This guy even turns his face away. For once, he starts blushing like he doesn't know what to do. Yan secretly feels proud of herself. This guy actually fell for such a simple trick from a complete amateur. Seeing him react like that makes her feel strangely victorious. She keeps going and softly tells him to recover quickly. He needs to change his bandages properly and take care of himself. Then she quietly whispers something dangerous. She says she has touched wood before, so touching him is not that shocking anymore. The moment those words leave her mouth, Chu completely freezes. Her words hit him so hard that he actually kneels down in front of her. He asks why she would bring up wood at a time like this. To him it feels completely intentional. And honestly, she absolutely is doing it on purpose. This guy looks at her helplessly and complains she is making him look pathetic. But even while saying that, he still asks if he should look forward to it. Yan immediately gets flustered hearing that. She asks what exactly he means by looking forward to it. Then this shameless guy answers calmly. He says he is looking forward to her hand touching him again. Because of that, he promises he will recover quickly. And just like that, Yan accidentally digs herself into an even deeper hole. Meanwhile, on a deserted street late at night, a man slowly steps out of a taxi with crutches. Turns out, he is one of the men Chu beat up earlier. This guy keeps complaining the whole time. His body hurts so badly he cannot even rest properly, yet his professor still forced him to come meet someone at this hour. He remembers his professor's warning clearly. Apparently, an important person wanted to see him. Even the professor advised him not to mess things up. That surprises the man greatly. His professor, Jo Kyung-chun, is already someone influential, so he cannot imagine what kind of person even scares him. Soon, he enters a quiet meeting room. Inside, he sees a young man dressed completely in black with a face cap covering him. The injured man suddenly screams in shock. He instantly recognizes the young man. It is the punk who lived next door to him before. He angrily starts cursing him out. He even complains about being ignored while dying earlier, but the young man stays completely calm. Instead, he drops a document in front of him. The injured man gets confused and picks it up, but the moment he sees the contents, his entire face changes. Inside is a criminal investigation report. Fear immediately spreads across his face. His hands even start trembling while holding it. The young man casually asks why he is still worried about those records. Apparently, his professor already claimed they were erased, but the injured man still cannot believe it. He knows the legacy of Hangjoy is not something that disappears easily. Back in university, that man already built a huge weed business. The young man suddenly walks closer and grabs his shoulders tightly. Then he asks something chilling. Why did he go get a medical report after messing with their young master? Why didn't he just quietly go home instead? Hearing the words young master completely shocks him. He has no idea who they are talking about. Then the young man finally delivers the message clearly. Director Kwon says he should stop causing trouble and live quietly from now on. After delivering the warning, the young man leaves calmly. The injured man stays frozen in place. Then he suddenly remembers a conversation with his professor from the past. Normally, Ki Young-chun never shared personal matters. But one day, while drunk, he revealed something important. It was the Kwon family that helped him become a professor. Because of that, he believes he must spend his life repaying the Kwon family's kindness. The director Kwon mentioned earlier turns out to be Kwon Gishak himself. This man is the CEO of Suguk, a massive pharmaceutical company. His company stands at the top among famous brands. But surprisingly, people talk just as much about his looks as his success. Inside a dark office, Kwon Gishak quietly smokes a cigarette. In his hand is a photo of Yan. He stares at it silently before softly calling her name, Solene. Then this guy says she has done something very interesting. And just like that, we get a glimpse into Yan's past. Back then, it is the middle of the day. Everyone else is busy working outside, but inside a tiny house, a man is reciting poems to his beloved wife. Turns out, it is our lovely Chuja and her husband. Even though she knows it is foolish, she still finds him incredibly romantic. His handsome face almost makes her forget one important fact. This guy does not work and brings home no money at all. Chuja quickly snaps back to reality and realizes that is definitely not okay. But then the handsome man starts feeding her lovingly, and just like that, all her complaints disappear again. Living with her first love after being apart for years feels like pure happiness to her. Later, while cleaning together, the man suddenly brings up a relative he met at a funeral. It is a young female student. Chuja immediately remembers the girl. Both of the child's parents were rushed to the hospital back then. The girl stood outside their rooms looking half dead herself. She looked terrified and unable to even step inside. Chuja never forgot that scene. Then suddenly, her husband makes a shocking request. He wants the girl to come live with them. Chuja becomes stunned immediately, but her husband calmly explains what he heard about the child. Apparently, the adults in her family pitied her for being born into the wrong home. After getting tossed around between relatives, she eventually got abandoned completely. Now she has nowhere stable to stay. Because of that, he wants to take her in. Chuja knows she should refuse. This may already be her third marriage, but she is still a newlywed. On top of that, they barely have enough money to survive themselves. She does not even know the child properly. Everything tells her to say no, but then she sees her husband's sad face, and slowly, she gives in. Her husband looks genuinely shocked. Even he did not expect her to agree because he knows the request is shameless. Chuja admits something honestly. She has been thinking about that poor girl too. If she rejects her now, her heart will never feel peaceful. So she smiles and agrees to take the child in. Though honestly, the way she says it sounds a little questionable. The next day, the husband arrives with a trembling young girl beside him. The child quietly introduces herself as Li Yan. Even while greeting them, she keeps stammering nervously. Seeing how thin and fragile the girl looks immediately breaks Chuja's heart. She gently grabs the child's shoulder in a warm gesture. Our heroine clearly never expected kindness like this before. Her expression slowly changes from confusion into a bright smile. From that day onward, Chuja makes a promise to herself. She vows to raise and feed this little girl properly. She wants to help her grow into a beautiful butterfly someday. 10 whole years pass after that moment, and even now, Chuja is still keeping that promise faithfully. At present, she is busy terrorizing Yan over a dress. She desperately wants her to wear the outfit she bought, but our heroine refuses stubbornly. Meanwhile, Chuja keeps insisting the dress is perfectly modest. Yan immediately points at the exposed shoulders and short skirt. She loudly asks where exactly the modesty is supposed to be. Chuja yells at her right back, making Yan shrink instantly. Apparently, they are attending Chairman Lim's 40th anniversary event. Because of that, Chuja wants her to fit in properly. But before their argument continues, someone suddenly interrupts them. The two women turn around together, and standing there is someone so handsome he almost looks unreal. Cha Wu suddenly appears wearing a sharp suit. The moment Chuja sees him, she almost starts seeing flowers bloom around him. This guy looks unbelievably handsome. She even starts crying dramatically. Then she yells at poor Yan for hiding such a perfect body under plain jeans and shirts all this time. Meanwhile, our heroine just glares at the real problem standing there. This man stands out way too much. She honestly does not even want him leaving the house looking like that. Chu notices her staring and quietly looks back. Yan immediately turns her face away. Somehow, this guy always manages to make her feel shy. Chuja quickly decides to use her son-in-law for backup. She hands him the dress and ignores all of Yan's protests completely. Just imagining her daughter wearing simple clothes beside a man this handsome almost makes her faint. Even Chu joins the attack and starts persuading Yan too. But our heroine stubbornly keeps refusing. Then this sneaky man changes tactics immediately. He reminds her about the promise she made earlier. She agreed to grant him one wish, as long as it was not intimate. Then he slowly moves closer with a teasing smile. He says he still has many parts of her he wants to enjoy. That single sentence instantly turns Yan bright red. She hurriedly pushes this shameless man away, but even while smiling, he reminds her not to break her promise. Left with no escape, Yan finally gives in. Soon, the couple arrive at the banquet together, but the two feel completely different emotions. This guy feels proud attending the event as her husband. Meanwhile, Yan just wants to greet the chairman quickly and leave immediately. But the moment they enter the banquet hall, everything changes. People suddenly stop and stare directly at them. Yan already hates public attention, and now, standing beside handsome Cha Wu only makes things worse. She instantly regrets bringing him along. She secretly glares at him again. But surprisingly, this guy looks completely calm. He acts like this kind of attention is normal for him. Then suddenly, he leans close and whispers something ridiculous. He claims everyone is staring at her instead. He even sounds unhappy about it. According to him, all the men are ignoring him and admiring his beautiful wife instead. Yan knows perfectly well they are staring at him, but hearing those words still shocks her badly. Even her neck turns red from embarrassment. She quickly tries convincing herself it means nothing. Maybe he just looks different from everyone else. But then the atmosphere suddenly changes. Yan overhears people talking about her nearby. Some men wonder if Cha Wu is really just her employee. Others assume he must be her lover instead. Hearing those rumors instantly shakes her. She starts panicking because it feels like the gossip from her past has followed her here too. Chu quickly notices her expression getting worse. He tries comforting her gently, but our heroine already falls into despair. Even without people knowing her past, she still feels hated and judged. Those thoughts start crushing her again. Yan remembers everything she tried to do before. She pushed people away, dressed modestly, and separated herself from her shameless parents. She convinced herself she did not need anyone. Living alone felt safer and easier. But now, everything feels ruined. She is wearing revealing clothes and standing beside a man in front of everyone. That alone makes her feel disgusted with herself. Chu keeps trying to comfort her. He even offers to leave with her immediately, but Yan cannot calm down anymore. All she can think about are their intimate moments together. In her panic, she suddenly pushes him away. She refuses to leave the event, but at the same time she cannot close the emotional distance growing between them. Chu tries stepping closer again, but before he can say anything else, someone suddenly interrupts them. A stunning woman dressed in black appears and loudly calls Yan's name. Our heroine looks confused immediately. She is sure she has never met a woman this gorgeous before. But then the woman introduces herself. Turns out it is Ju Dongmi, the stubborn girl who previously tried stealing our male lead away. Yan becomes completely shocked. Just like Xia Wu, this woman looks perfectly comfortable in this glamorous world. Yan asks about the rest of Dongmi's rescue team, but surprisingly, Dongmi reveals this is actually a private event. Turns out, the chairman is her uncle. Our heroine gets shocked hearing that, but Dongmi completely ignores her reaction and immediately starts flirting with Chu again. Watching them together gives Yan a strange feeling inside. She cannot explain it properly, but it bothers her deeply. Then Dongmi boldly asks if she can speak with Chu alone. Both of them turn and stare at Yan, waiting for her answer. That pressure instantly overwhelms her, especially when Chu looks at her almost desperately. It feels like this guy is begging her with his eyes not to run away again. But instead of stepping forward, Yan does the opposite. She turns around and escapes. Chu quickly tries to follow after her, but suddenly, he stops moving completely. Music starts playing nearby, and the melody shocks him instantly. This guy suddenly looks confused and disturbed. A part of him seems to recognize the song somehow. Even Dongmi notices something strange. She quietly thinks he looks very familiar. And just like that, it feels like our male lead's hidden identity is getting closer to being exposed. Chu starts trembling badly. Sweat forms on his face while he struggles to stay calm, but in his mind, there is only one thing he wants. He needs to find Yan. To him, only her scent can calm his mind right now. Dongmi looks worried seeing his condition, but before she can stop him, Chu suddenly rushes outside. Neither of them notices another man secretly watching from nearby. The mysterious man quietly calls Cha Wu his young master. Meanwhile, Yan escapes outside alone. But even after running away, she still cannot stop thinking about Chu. She knows he must be angry at her. He already asked her not to keep pushing him away, yet she keeps repeating the same mistake. Yan feels guilty about it, but at the same time, she could not stand there watching another woman flirt with him openly. She has no idea how to handle these emotions, so she decides to walk around outside and clear her head. Besides, she cannot leave yet anyway. Her silly husband has no money and no way to get home alone. Then she suddenly remembers something else. This guy does not even have a phone. Realizing that makes her feel even guiltier. She starts thinking she has completely isolated him from the world. But before she can think further, someone suddenly calls her name. Yan immediately looks annoyed. Turns out, it is her creepy stalker Joy again. This guy instantly starts criticizing her clothes, but our heroine completely ignores him and calmly talks to the nearby trees instead. That only makes him angrier. He demands an apology from her immediately, but Yan coldly asks why she should apologize at all. Joy suddenly starts yelling and points at his injured body. He clearly wants sympathy from her. Unfortunately for him, his plan completely fails. Yan actually thinks her husband was too gentle with him earlier. She even tells him he should be grateful he is still alive. Hearing that almost makes the man choke from anger. Then suddenly, a dark expression appears on his face. He starts talking about how extraordinary her husband looks. After that, he asks something dangerous. Has she told him about her family yet? The moment Yan hears those words, her expression changes instantly. That topic is her biggest weakness. Seeing her terrified reaction makes Joy extremely happy. He even starts laughing openly. He cruelly says no normal family would ever accept someone like her after knowing her past. Then he reveals something horrifying. This guy somehow learned the truth about her family. Her mother cheated during marriage. And even worse, Yan's biological father is actually her uncle. That revelation completely changes everything. Yan's childhood was filled with pain because of that scandal. Even when she was just a small child, people constantly gossiped about her parents. Her mother had an affair with her best friend's husband before running away. After being exposed, she abandoned Yan behind. The damaged family was forced to raise the child instead. Young Yan constantly heard people whispering nasty things around her. She even noticed the cold expressions adults gave her. One day, her aunt suddenly pushed her away and walked off angrily. Meanwhile, the gossipers kept talking without pity. Instead of feeling bad for Yan, they only felt sorry for the aunt's actual children. But despite hearing all those cruel words, Yan still chased after her mother crying. When the woman finally turned back and saw Yan crying, she immediately hugged the child tightly. Even then, the people around them looked disgusted. Things only became worse when Yan started school. Her body was often covered in scars. But whenever someone tried helping her, they were warned to stay away. The other children refused to play with her. They called her shameless for living inside the family her mother destroyed. Even her cousins joined the bullying. They chased away her friends constantly. They caused so many problems that eventually even teachers stopped helping her. Those people wanted Yan to live completely alone forever, and the harassment never truly stopped. Even at her workplace, her cousin suddenly appeared one day and exposed her family history publicly. He loudly called her a liar pretending to be innocent. Yan could not handle the constant suffering anymore. In the end, she chose to quit her job completely. Some people pitied her because they knew she was kind, but others believed every nasty word her cousin said about her. Even while hearing all the gossip, Yan quietly walked away alone. Remembering those painful memories now makes her completely break down. She suddenly starts screaming in fear and panic. Seeing her like this makes Jo Yoon incredibly happy. This scumbag actually laughs while watching her suffer. Yan struggles to breathe properly and desperately searches for a nearby tree to calm herself down. But before she can reach one, she suddenly trips and falls hard onto the ground. Jo Yoon only laughs harder seeing her helpless like this. He mocks her strange attachment to trees, and slowly approaches her. Then he reaches out with his disgusting hands toward her, but before he can touch her, someone suddenly appears. In the next second, his face nearly gets destroyed by a punch. Chu has arrived, and this guy looks absolutely furious. Without hesitation, he stomps directly on Jo Yoon's foot. The crack is so brutal it instantly breaks the man's leg. Then he immediately rushes to Yan's side, but our heroine is still trembling badly and cannot even speak properly. Chu gently carries her into his arms. His expression softens completely while trying to calm her down. Slowly, Yan finally manages to breathe again. But Jo Yoon still refuses to give up. Even while screaming in pain, he tries turning Chu against her. He reveals the disgusting truth about her parents and their scandalous relationship, but surprisingly, his plan completely fails. Chu calmly says he already knows. After all, he is her husband. Then the two simply walk away together, completely ignoring the screaming man behind them. Jo Yoon keeps yelling insults, until someone suddenly approaches him. Turns out, it is the handsome young man from the banquet earlier. This guy looks cold and dangerous now. He reminds Jo Yoon about the warning he already received before. He should have stayed quiet. Meanwhile, Chu knows nothing about this revenge happening behind him. Right now, he only cares about Yan. He carefully checks her condition, and finally relaxes after seeing she is not physically hurt. Then, surprisingly, he apologizes to her. He blames himself for not handling Jo Yoon properly earlier. Hearing that makes Yan feel guilty instantly. She thought this man would be angry at her instead, but somehow, he is the one apologizing. The two quietly sit together afterward, but Yan still feels nervous because of what Jo Yoon revealed earlier. She worries Chu heard everything clearly. Even though she already looks upset, this guy gently assures her he is fine. Since they are married, he assumes he probably already knew about her past anyway. Hearing that only makes Yan feel even more ashamed, because deep down, she knows she has been deceiving him the whole time. Finally, she decides to confess something. Well, not the entire truth. She admits he entered this marriage without knowing about her messy past. Chu gets confused and asks why she is suddenly telling him this now. But honestly, even Yan herself does not know. Of course, this shameless guy immediately comes up with his own answer. He says she is finally confessing her feelings for him. That ridiculous comment instantly turns Yan red again. Annoyed, she reminds him he got trapped into marriage with a woman carrying such a terrible past. But instead of being upset, this guy smiles beautifully. Then he casually admits he likes being trapped by her. Yan completely loses the ability to argue after hearing that. Her entire face burns red from embarrassment. She quickly insists she is not some gold digger, but Chu surprisingly sounds disappointed instead. Apparently, he was completely ready to let her dig for his gold. Unfortunately for him, Yan immediately ruins his fantasy by reminding him he has no money at all. This guy suddenly bursts into laughter. Seeing that only confuses Yan more. She expected him to feel disgusted about her family history. She even expected him to hate her for abandoning him earlier. But turns out, Chu only cares about one thing. He is angry because she left him alone with another woman. Yan becomes stunned hearing that. Her painful past means nothing to him. The only thing bothering this man is seeing her suffer. She quietly stares at his handsome face in complete shock. From childhood, people always avoided Yan. Because of that, she grew up believing nobody would ever choose her. She could not even face herself properly. That is why she stayed close to trees instead. Unlike people, they never judged her or looked down on her. Yan convinced herself she did not need anyone in life. Living alone felt safer for her heart. But now, one man is slowly changing everything. Chu suddenly leans closer and kisses her gently. At the same moment, fireworks explode brightly in the sky behind them. But surprisingly, Yan cannot look at the fireworks at all. Her eyes stay completely fixed on his handsome face instead. When he finally pulls away, this guy looks very satisfied. He proudly says he received his compensation properly. Then he warns her seriously. She should never abandon him again. Even while fireworks continue exploding loudly nearby, Chu still worries about her ears. But Yan barely notices the sound around her. Right now, all she can focus on is him. For the very first time, a strange feeling begins growing inside her heart. And finally, our heroine realizes something important. She crossed the line with this man a long time ago already. A few days later, Yan and Chuja finish their work together and finally take a short break. Yan quietly worries about Chu again. This stubborn guy refuses to eat properly whenever she is not home. Hearing that almost makes Chuja laugh. Then suddenly, her aunt asks a shocking question. She directly asks if Yan and Chu already became intimate. Yan nearly chokes to death in embarrassment. She immediately scolds her aunt for talking about shameless things outside in public. Of course, she quickly denies everything. But unfortunately, Chuja already sees right through her. According to her aunt, Yan has been acting exactly like a girl in love recently. Even though Yan keeps denying it, deep down she knows her feelings already changed. And honestly, she blames this entire situation on naughty Cha Woo. This guy keeps doing romantic things non-stop and making her blush every single day. Then she suddenly remembers what happened the night before. Chu proudly announced his wound finally healed completely. Because of that, this shameless man immediately wanted to get closer to her again. Yan realizes something shocking while remembering it. She no longer rejects his touch anymore. That realization makes her even more nervous. Chu promised to behave himself before slowly kissing and touching her gently, but despite everything, Yan still stopped him in the end. She became afraid of her own feelings. This guy looked disappointed, but surprisingly, he still respected her choice and walked upstairs quietly. Yan keeps refusing to properly face her emotions. Deep down, she fears these feelings might completely change her life forever. Chuja interrupts her thoughts and gently comforts her. She tells Yan not to be afraid of love. According to her, not every love story ends badly. Some people really can find happiness together. Then she reminds Yan about her very first love, the mysterious singing tree. And just like that, we return to the past again. A younger Yan appears wearing her school uniform and walking toward her favorite place. The moment she sees the area empty, she becomes excited immediately. She rushes toward the large tree and happily sits beneath it. Yan wonders why nobody else ever claimed such a beautiful spot. At that time, she truly loved her new life at her uncle's house. She got to enjoy peaceful nature every day. Her uncle kindly taught her about plants while Chuja worried over her clothes and health constantly. For the first time in her life, Yan experienced warmth and comfort. Those peaceful days became very precious to her. But suddenly, her happy smile slowly fades away. Tears start falling as she remembers her dead parents. Yan never believed their deaths were simply an accident. More than sadness, she feels hurt by something else. Her parents never showed real emotions toward her while alive. She felt hatred from her cousins and kindness from her uncle. But from her actual parents, she felt absolutely nothing. That emptiness hurt her deeply. Now that they are gone forever, she realizes she can never understand their true feelings. That thought leaves her completely broken inside. Yan quietly wonders why they even gave birth to her at all. Then they abandoned her inside such a terrible family. They never checked on her once. To them she felt less like a daughter, and more like a complete stranger. Just when Yan is about to drown in despair, something unexpected happens. A beautiful melody suddenly fills the air around her. At first, she mistakes it for a violin, but the sound feels much deeper and heavier. Then she realizes the truth. Someone nearby is playing a cello. The music touches Yan's heart instantly, and from that day onward, she gains a mysterious friend she has never met before. Whenever Yan feels sad, the unknown boy plays comforting melodies for her, and whenever she feels happy, he changes to cheerful songs instead. Sometimes, this guy even intentionally messes up the notes just to make her laugh. Slowly, Yan becomes curious about who he really is. One day, she leaves a small note attached to the tree, and before long, those little notes slowly turn into an entire mountain of letters between them. The mystery boy never once replied to Yan's letters, but strangely he always took every single note she left behind. Back in the present, Yan returns home while still thinking about those childhood memories. Her uncle passed away from cancer just 1 year later, forcing the family to move away. Because of that, she eventually forgot about the singing tree completely, but now, she suddenly wonders what happened to that mysterious boy. Chu notices her distracted expression immediately. Without saying much, this guy suddenly turns off the TV. Then he accuses her of ignoring him. Yan quickly argues they were literally watching television together. But surprisingly, Chu sees right through her excuse. He can tell her thoughts are somewhere else entirely. This guy suddenly starts acting pitiful again. He complains that he waited the whole day just for her to come home. Then he sadly wonders if he really became that boring to her already. Yan looks confused, but this shameless man keeps acting like an abandoned puppy. He even says maybe he should become sick again. That way, all her attention would stay focused only on him. Of course, Yan refuses to admit it openly. But deep down, she already spends way too much time thinking about him. And honestly, she knows these feelings are becoming dangerous. Just then, her phone suddenly rings. The moment Yan sees the caller, her entire expression changes. She immediately looks terrified. Chu notices her reaction right away and gets worried. But Yan desperately tries to hide the truth from him. She lies and says it is only a work call, but turns out, the person calling is actually Kwon Gishio, Chu's older brother. This man only contacts her once every 3 months. And now, this is the first time he has called since Chu woke up. Even worse, Chu is sitting right beside her. Yan feels like her heart is about to stop. She cannot even imagine what will happen if her lies get exposed now, but unfortunately, things immediately become worse. Chu notices the caller's name on the screen. Before Yan can stop him, this guy grabs the phone directly from her hands. He demands to know which man is calling his wife in the middle of the night. Yan nearly dies from panic right there. She desperately tries taking the phone back, but sadly she is already too late. Chu answers the call while Yan watches in complete fear. Then Gishio calmly reveals his identity on the other side. The moment Chu hears that, his attitude changes instantly. He obediently hands the phone back to Yan. Meanwhile, Yan almost bows while answering nervously. She already knows Gishio found out the truth. Chu is awake now, which means all her lies are exposed. Her face turns bright red while her body trembles in fear. Then she suddenly realizes something important. The doctor works for Gishio, that means he probably has people secretly watching them too. Gishio coldly tells her she made a serious mistake. Just hearing his voice makes Yan shiver immediately. But then surprisingly his tone changes completely. He says he actually does not care what she does with Chu anymore. He reminds her about the promise they made during their first meeting. All he wants is for her to continue fulfilling her duty. Yan instantly understands what he means. She still has to keep Chu hidden until the real killer gets caught. The pressure becomes so overwhelming that she can barely breathe properly anymore. But suddenly, someone snatches the phone away from her. Turns out, innocent Chu thinks his older brother is bullying Yan like some cruel mother-in-law. His ridiculous assumption actually makes Gishio laugh. Meanwhile, Yan just stands there trembling in fear. Completely ignoring the tension, this guy starts scolding his own brother. He warns Gishio to stop bullying his wife immediately. Chu even says he does not care about the family at all. Hearing that only amuses Gishio more. Then the older brother casually changes the subject. He mentions Yan's bidding competition and claims he was only advising her about the screening process. That statement instantly shocks Yan. Gishio just openly called her Chu's wife. But our clueless male lead notices nothing strange at all. Instead, he proudly supports her. This guy starts praising Yan's abilities confidently, leaving her completely stunned. Then he warns his brother never to call late at night again before hanging up immediately. Far away, Gishio quietly smiles to himself. He finds Chu's innocent behavior strangely cute. He even jokes that Yan somehow turned a dangerous wild animal like Cha Wu into a harmless house dog. Just then his assistant announces Kyung Chun's arrival. Soon, the professor enters the room to meet Director Kwon. Gishio casually apologizes for attacking his favorite student earlier, but surprisingly, Kyung Chun does not defend the boy at all. Instead, he coldly calls him useless. Secretly, even he thinks Jo Yoon acted like a complete idiot. Apparently, Kyung Chun supported him only until he foolishly messed with the chairman's precious person. Director Kwon becomes curious about the mysterious person Jo Yoon offended, but before the topic continues, Gishio suddenly changes the conversation completely. He starts asking about a secret project instead. From their serious expressions it clearly sounds extremely dangerous. Gishio warns Kyung Chun never to leak information about it. Hearing that immediately makes the director nervous. And honestly, his reaction makes it seem like he may have already revealed too much. Later, Kyung Chun gets stuck in heavy traffic while thinking deeply about the Kwon family. Even after all these years, they still make him nervous. Their influence and power are simply too overwhelming. Then he remembers the first time he ever entered their mansion. Back then, he was only a young student. Guards suddenly dragged him into the presence of Chairman Kwon himself. Chairman Kwon was the true head of the family, and also Gishio's grandfather. The old man's presence alone nearly made young Kyung Chun faint. His aura felt absolutely terrifying, and according to Kyung Chun, every leader of the Kwon family carries that same overwhelming pressure. But surprisingly, the family did not build power through ordinary business alone. Officially, they operated as a money-lending company. However, that was only the surface. In reality, the Kwon family secretly controlled a massive intelligence network. They funded young CEOs and popular companies around the world, but behind the scenes, they collected dangerous secrets from everyone. For nearly 80 years, the Kwon family quietly controlled the nation through influence and information. They even trained skilled torturers who later blended into the national intelligence system. Eventually, those people formed private organizations connected to the government itself. Chairman Kwon used all those connections to gather secrets from major companies everywhere. But even that was not enough for him. The old man became obsessed with expanding his control further, so he started gathering poor children with extraordinary talent. Those children later grew up into important people across the nation. Politicians, executives, and powerful figures all secretly served the Kwan family alone. Kyung-chung quietly reveals something shocking. He himself also belongs to the Kwan family's system. As he grew older, he slowly noticed how twisted and dangerous they truly were. But despite realizing it, he still dedicated his life to serving them. However, this man has been hiding one major secret from the family all this time. Suddenly, we return to the past again. A younger Yan is trapped inside a swamp while screaming desperately for help. Kyung-chun rushes over immediately and pulls her out safely. Then he angrily asks where Jo-yoon disappeared to. Yan sadly explains that the coward ran away and abandoned her there. Hearing that makes the director visibly disgusted. Yan feels guilty because Kyung-chun always warned her to stay careful in dangerous places. To cheer him up, she suddenly mentions something exciting she discovered nearby. Then she points toward a strange glowing flower. The moment Kyung-chun sees it, his expression completely changes. Turns out, Yan accidentally discovered a rare unknown plant years ago. The flower was so unusual that nobody even had a name for it. Kyung-chun immediately reported the discovery to the Kwan family. Soon after that, the rare plant disappeared completely. But later, he learned something horrifying. Every researcher connected to the plant ended up dead. That realization terrified him deeply. He became especially worried about Yan's safety afterward. Because of that fear, he secretly used Jo-yun's stalking incident as an excuse to send her away from the area. Now, while sitting in traffic, Kyung-chun remembers Gishio's warning again. He always believed himself to be a cold man without emotions. But somehow, Yan's innocent love for nature softened his heart. He genuinely wanted to protect her from the Kwan family's darkness. He hoped she could stay far away from all this danger forever. Unfortunately, things did not go according to his wishes. This stubborn girl eventually opened her own clinic and joined the White Project anyway. Kyung-chun starts wondering if the mysterious plant itself somehow pulled her back into this fate. He desperately wishes Yan could still escape from the Kwan family. But sadly, it is already too late now. Our heroine is already deeply connected to the Kwan men. Meanwhile, back at home, Chu gently gives Yan a massage. This guy still believes she is suffering because of his family. Seeing her pale expression makes him genuinely worried. But once again, Yan desperately tries distracting him from the truth. Yan finds Gishio's behavior very strange. Even after learning she deceived Chu, he barely reacted at all. What shocks her even more is something else. This man never once visited his younger brother after waking up from a 2-year coma. Because of that, Yan starts believing the brothers must have a very distant relationship. But before she can think further, Chu suddenly kisses her hand gently. The sudden action nearly makes her jump. Then this guy quietly says he owes her a huge debt. He believes she suffered all this time because of him. And honestly, Yan cannot even deny it. Chu keeps kissing her hand softly while wondering what he should do to repay her properly. Meanwhile, our heroine is already blushing heavily again. She keeps stammering nervously, before finally telling him to calm down. More importantly, she wants him to stop acting intimate all the time. According to her, his illness needs to heal quickly first. Chu quietly repeats all her instructions back to her. Then he calmly says he can follow every rule. Well, except for one thing. This shameless guy suddenly pulls her closer and admits he cannot control his desires around her. Seeing her pale face turn bright red instantly makes him laugh softly. Yan quickly hides her face inside her shirt out of embarrassment, but that only makes her look even cuter to him. Chu starts laughing happily while staring at her, and once again our heroine gets stunned by how handsome this man looks. Deep down she even wonders something dangerous. What if his smile alone is already enough to satisfy her completely? Meanwhile, Chu quietly notices something important too. He can clearly tell Yan's feelings toward him are changing slowly. Then this guy suddenly starts comparing himself to her ex-husband. Ironically, that ex-husband is literally him. He smirks proudly while admiring the clothes Yan bought for him. He still remembers how shy she looked while pretending it was only because of the cold weather. To him, it feels like she is slowly opening her heart, and honestly, he desperately wants to hold her tightly and completely possess her. But surprisingly, this guy still holds himself back. He fears becoming like the version of himself she once hated. Chu refuses to force anything on her. Instead, he wants Yan to willingly choose him herself someday. Later, this guy decides to seek advice from the famous Gubek. But somehow, their serious conversation turns into a discussion about monkeys. According to the boy, Chu only has hope if he becomes like a young monkey. Apparently, young monkeys smell good and seem harmless. Chu quickly defends himself and insists he washes properly too. But Gubek completely destroys his confidence afterward. The child claims young men are unpopular because they lack money, experience, and stability. According to him, they are basically burdens. Then the boy casually points out something brutal. Chu is also completely broke. Our male lead instantly freezes in shock. But Gubek keeps attacking mercilessly. He reminds Chu that Yan works while he stays home all day showing off his muscles. Even the clothes he wears were bought by her. Chu silently looks down at his own clothes in pain. Then Gubek lands the final hit by calling him a kept man living off his wife. That single sentence completely destroys this guy emotionally. Chu practically turns into dust afterward. Later, Yan nervously tries stopping Chu from following her to work again. But of course, this shameless man refuses immediately. He insists he can help carry heavy things around. Then he even brings up the possibility of another wild boar appearing nearby. Yan quickly argues that would never happen twice. But turns out, Chu already prepared his secret weapon. This guy suddenly shows her a lunchbox along with his handsome smile. As expected, Yan immediately becomes speechless. And once again, our heroine starts blushing helplessly. She slowly realizes something terrifying. She is becoming weaker against him every single day. Soon, the couple heads toward the mountains together. Yan focuses seriously on her work while Chu quietly follows behind her. This guy spends the entire time staring at her with a silly smile on his face. Eventually, evening arrives and Yan finally takes a small break. Chu notices how different she becomes while working. According to him, she always looks calm and completely in control around nature. Yan softly explains that trees make her feel comfortable and safe. She admits her love for nature started because of a certain tree from her childhood. Hearing that instantly makes Chu curious. He wonders if it was a spruce tree because of the hospital's name, but Yan admits she never actually learned what kind of tree it was. Still, she says the hospital name was inspired by it. Then, she quietly reveals something personal. Other than Chuja, she never told anyone about the singing tree before. She always feared people would think she was crazy. And besides, she never had close friends to talk to anyway. Finally, Yan gathers enough courage to share the entire story with Chu, but strangely, this guy gives no response at all. Seeing his silence immediately makes her panic. She starts worrying that he also thinks she is lying or imagining things. Meanwhile, Chu is not even paying attention properly anymore. This guy is too distracted by Yan's cute expression while she talks. He quickly shakes away his shameless thoughts and asks her more about the music from her childhood. Yan still looks nervous, but she explains it was a cello melody. The moment Chu hears that word, his expression changes instantly. Some of his memories suddenly begin returning little by little. But our heroine notices nothing strange at all. She continues explaining why she named the hospital Spruce. Apparently, spruce wood is commonly used to make cellos. Since she never learned the real name of the tree from her childhood, she simply called it the singing tree instead. Yan is finally opening up about her past properly, and deep down, Chu knows he should focus carefully on every word she says. Unfortunately, his head suddenly starts hurting badly. While Yan keeps talking, she suddenly notices something strange nearby. One of the trees has a deep wound carved into it. She immediately panics and rushes over to examine it closely. The cut looks sharp and intentional, almost like someone used a knife. Then she notices more damaged trees nearby too. After examining the marks carefully, Yan realizes something dangerous. These are not random cuts at all, they are signposts. Following the marks deeper into the forest, she accidentally reaches a restricted area she has never seen before. The sun is already beginning to set, making the forest feel much more dangerous now. Yan quickly decides to treat the wounded trees and leave immediately. But the moment she turns around to grab her tools from Chu, her face goes pale. This guy is suddenly gone. Yan screams in panic because she completely forgot about him while focusing on the trees. Meanwhile, Chu is also panicking somewhere else. Yan blames herself endlessly for losing him. At the same time, Chu angrily blames himself for taking his eyes off her even for a moment. The girl remembers the promise she made not to abandon him again. That thought makes her feel even worse. Meanwhile, Chu remembers every insult Gubek threw at him earlier. and slowly he starts believing he truly is useless. Both of them become desperate, each preparing themselves mentally if something bad happened to the other person. Yan is still blaming herself when she suddenly hears footsteps nearby. She quickly turns around, hoping it is Cha Wu, but instead, she sees a group of strange men led by a short leader. At first, she assumes they are just hikers who got lost. So she politely warns them to turn back, because the area ahead is dangerous, but strangely, the men only stare at her silently. Then they suddenly begin whispering among themselves. Their leader assumes Yan works for City Hall, or the police department. Apparently, they believe some kind of negotiation already ended. Yan becomes completely confused and quickly introduces herself as a tree doctor instead. The moment she says that, all the men burst into laughter. They openly mock her strange profession without shame. At that point, Yan starts feeling extremely uneasy. Then she suddenly remembers news reports about illegal logging operations. And instantly, she realizes the truth. These men are illegal harvesters. Yan immediately plans to escape and report them, but unfortunately, the men clearly have no intention of letting her leave alive. The atmosphere becomes terrifying very quickly. Their leader believes she is lying and decides to teach her a lesson personally. Yan grows more nervous by the second. Deep down, she desperately wishes Chu would suddenly appear. Meanwhile, Cha Wu is frantically searching for her nearby. His expression darkens when he finds Yan's hat lying abandoned on the ground. He instantly realizes she followed the knife marks into the restricted area. Soon after, he discovers her footprints. But sadly, he also notices footprints belonging to several other men nearby. Then he spots an abandoned logging banner and immediately understands everything. This guy becomes absolutely furious. He quietly gathers his tools while violent thoughts flood his mind. Right now, he wants to rip apart every single person who touched his woman. He even imagines cutting off their hands and tearing out their throats. But then suddenly, he remembers Yan's request. He promised her he would stop giving in to his violent impulses. That realization completely crushes him, because deep down, Chu knows it is impossible. Violence feels too natural to him. Cruel thoughts constantly fill his mind without effort. For the first time, this guy truly realizes something painful. He may never become the innocent man Yan wants him to be. Yan is someone who even feels sorry for wounded flowers. Compared to her, his entire existence feels dark and dangerous. Chu starts wondering if two people living such different lives can truly stay together. But despite those thoughts, he still cannot let her go. Instead, this guy feels an even darker desire growing inside him. He wants to drag Yan into his darkness together with him. After making up his mind, he gently kisses her abandoned hat before moving forward again. Soon, Chu arrives at a hidden lodging area deep inside the forest. He almost feels amused because the criminals left footprints everywhere like idiots. This guy prepares himself to rescue Yan, but suddenly, someone attacks him from behind. A young man points a weapon at Chu and questions him aggressively. Unfortunately for him, he chose the wrong target completely. In one instant, Chu steals the weapon and grabs the attacker by the throat. Then he calmly promises to spare the boy's life under one condition. Terrified, the young man immediately agrees. But then Chu gives the most absurd request imaginable. Chu suddenly gives the young man a ridiculous request. He calmly tells the boy to hit him. Then this lunatic even lowers his head to make it easier. The poor kid instantly regrets getting involved with him. Still, the boy stares at Chu's handsome glowing face and throws a punch anyway. Unfortunately, the hit turns out way too weak. Chu looks disappointed immediately, so this crazy man decides to punch himself instead. The poor boy becomes completely traumatized watching this, but somehow, Chu still asks for his opinion seriously. Apparently, he wants to look pitiful because Yan likes taking care of injured people. The kid becomes absolutely speechless, but Chu still feels unsatisfied. He is about to hit himself again when the terrified boy quickly stops him. The boy hurriedly says he already looks terrible enough. Finally, our male lead looks pleased. Then he orders the young man to beat him up properly and drag him to Yan afterward. At this point, the poor kid silently apologizes to his gang members because he is about to bring home a complete psychopath. Meanwhile, Yan quietly remembers the beautiful city she first saw years ago. The place looked so pure and peaceful that she instantly decided to build her clinic there. But now, that same city secretly became a den full of criminals. Tied tightly to a chair, Yan watches the men collect strange red flowers nearby. Turns out, the flowers are used to make drugs. Then she remembers the earlier conversation with the criminals. That is when she realizes something horrifying. The police and City Hall are secretly working together with these illegal harvesters. Everything around her is completely corrupted. The group leader notices Yan waking up and slowly approaches her. He expects her to panic in fear, but surprisingly, Yan only looks calm and quiet. Of course, our heroine is actually terrified inside. However, after surviving the terrifying Kwan family mansion, this criminal hideout honestly feels less scary by comparison. The leader starts threatening her aggressively, but instead of listening, Yan keeps worrying about something else entirely. She suddenly imagines her sweet Cha Wu accidentally falling off a cliff while searching for her. That thought almost makes her faint. Then she remembers something important. This is the same man who buried bodies in the mountains when they first met. That calms her down slightly, but then she immediately starts panicking again while imagining a wild animal attacking him. So she quickly reminds herself that this crazy man literally killed a wild boar with his bare hands before. Yan keeps twisting around nervously in her chair. The gang leader starts wondering if she became stupid after being knocked unconscious earlier. Meanwhile, Yan desperately forces herself to believe Chu is strong enough to survive. But suddenly, someone appears nearby. A young boy walks in dragging a helpless-looking Chu behind him. Seeing that instantly shocks Yan completely. Meanwhile, the gang leader only looks annoyed by this weird couple. He orders his men to send Chu away on a boat later. But first, he wants them to beat him up badly. Hearing that immediately terrifies Yan. She starts screaming and desperately tries stopping the men from hurting him, but in her panic, she forgets she is tied to a chair and falls over. Yan knows the real Cha Wu is terrifyingly strong, so seeing him quietly accept the beating completely confuses her. The men punch and kick him repeatedly while he just lies there taking it. Yan cannot understand why he refuses to fight back. She knows perfectly well he can destroy these men easily, but instead, this guy allows himself to get tortured silently. Finally, Chu quietly explains the reason. He is suppressing his violent nature because he knows Yan hates it. Hearing that completely stuns her. Yan suddenly remembers the promise she forced him to make earlier. And finally, she realizes something painful. She was the one who trapped him inside a cage. Yan immediately calls him a fool. She cannot understand why he chooses to become weak during moments like this. Then she finally says something important. She is willing to accept his violent side if it means he stops getting hurt. At this point, she no longer cares about his illness anymore. Instead, she desperately begs him to destroy every single one of these men. The moment Chu hears that, his entire expression changes. This guy looks genuinely happy because Yan finally accepts his darkness. Then he smiles and thanks her softly. According to him, he can finally show these idiots who truly rules here. And just like that, the massacre begins. Chu instantly defeats each man with a single attack. Every move feels brutal and effortless. The gang leader desperately tries sneaking up on him from behind, but unfortunately this guy never stood a chance. Chu dodges easily before throwing the man around like an empty bag. Yan watches everything in complete disbelief. She never expected this terrifying level of strength from him. Soon, all the criminals lie scattered on the ground, looking half dead. After finishing them off, Chu immediately rushes to free Yan from the ropes, but our heroine only stares at him in shock. She still cannot understand why he willingly accepted those beatings earlier despite being this powerful. Then Chu notices her stunned expression and suddenly becomes nervous instead. This dangerous monster immediately turns timid in front of her. He quietly hopes she will not get too angry since nobody actually died. Yan becomes even more confused by his behavior. This violent beast somehow transforms into a harmless little cat whenever he stands before her. Even now, he keeps worrying about her injuries while his own body is covered in bruises and wounds. Yan suddenly stops smiling completely and softly calls his name. Then she says something unexpected. She begs him to stop caring about her so much. Hearing those words instantly leaves Chu frozen in shock. Chu immediately misunderstands Yan's words. He starts trembling like a scared child and quickly explains that he did not kill anyone. Yan becomes surprised seeing his reaction. She realizes this guy completely took her words the wrong way, so she quickly explains what she actually meant. She tells him to stop being so careful and afraid around her all the time. For the first time, Yan openly accepts his fighting abilities. She even praises him honestly. According to her, he can use those skills for good things instead. Maybe he can help catch insects for Gu Bek or chase away dangerous people. Then she quietly apologizes for treating his violent behavior like some terrible illness. After that, Yan seriously thanks him for saving her life. Those words hit Cha Wu harder than any weapon ever could. This guy suddenly becomes so shy he does not even know where to look anymore. Finally, he slowly raises his head and gives her a bright smile. And once again, Yan gets completely stunned by how handsome he looks. Then she suddenly realizes something important. This is actually the first time she properly thanked him after everything he has done for her. Embarrassed, Yan quickly looks away from him. But right at that moment, the gang leader's phone suddenly starts playing a romantic ringtone. Talk about terrible timing. The caller has no idea the criminals already got exposed, and casually asks about the flower shipment at the port. The gang leader tries answering calmly. Unfortunately for him, Chu is currently holding a knife against his neck. Meanwhile, this shameless man casually sits on top of the leader's back while reminding him about the earlier threats. Apparently, the criminal planned to slice him up and throw him onto a boat before. Hearing that annoys Yan instantly. She quickly tells Chu to get off the man, but surprisingly, it is not because she pities him. According to Yan, the criminal is simply too dirty to sit on. At this point, the poor leader probably wants to die already. Chu quietly studies the address from the phone call. Then this guy suddenly smirks and calls Yan over teasingly. He casually suggests turning this entire disaster into their first date by the sea. Our poor heroine becomes completely speechless hearing that. Soon after, Yan ends up riding inside a car together with the tied-up criminals. And honestly, she is panicking badly the whole time. She already regrets giving Chu permission to act freely. Because now, this guy has completely lost control. Meanwhile, Cha Wu looks perfectly calm like a fashion model during a photo shoot. He explains his reasoning very casually too. If they leave the criminals alive and free, they will definitely retaliate later. Because of that, he insists he must destroy the entire operation completely. Then this sneaky man offers her a deal. He says he might reconsider if she agrees to take him everywhere with her from now on. Yan knows his logic actually makes sense. After all, the local police clearly cannot be trusted anymore. Still, she quietly realizes something terrifying. Behind that innocent handsome face, this guy is actually incredibly smart and dangerous. He even remembered to secretly collect photo evidence before coming here. At this point, Yan completely brands him as a real criminal in her mind. Then things somehow become even stranger. Chu suddenly puts on a mask and starts pretending to be a hostage. Watching him act weak, while knowing his true strength terrifies Yan even more. But despite everything, the two still argue like playful lovers inside the car. They almost forget they are literally traveling toward a criminal hideout. Eventually, the group arrives at a large building near the sea. Chu immediately warns Yan to stay inside the locked car. Yan desperately wants to follow him inside, but this guy firmly refuses because the situation is too dangerous. Still, our heroine keeps insisting stubbornly. She knows she cannot help much, but she feels terrified sending him alone. Chu almost gives in after seeing her worried expression, so he quickly pulls his mask back over his face before changing his mind. Then he casually tells her to eat her food properly before leaving. Yan silently watches him walk away pretending to be a helpless hostage. The moment he disappears, fear completely fills her heart. She desperately tries convincing herself he will return safely. And more than anything, she clings onto his promise about going to the sea together someday. Meanwhile, inside the building, Chu finally meets the real boss behind the operation. The man sits there smoking a cigarette confidently. He immediately starts scolding Chu for ruining his plans. Then he asks where the rest of his men disappeared to. The gang leader quickly lies and claims the others are still cleaning up the warehouse. But the boss becomes suspicious of Chu's calm behavior. This guy looks way too relaxed for an ordinary hostage. Because of that, the boss starts kicking him around to test him. Yet even then, Chu barely reacts at all. That only makes the boss more suspicious. He even starts wondering if this guy belongs to some secret organization. Meanwhile, the young boy who helped Chu earlier becomes terrified their lies will get exposed. He desperately tries thinking of excuses. Unfortunately, the boss notices none of this. Instead, he decides to kill Chu immediately. The man calmly orders the boy to bring him a gun, but when the kid freezes in fear, the boss starts yelling angrily at him. The young boy suddenly screams loudly, and the moment the boss turns around, everything changes instantly. Chu attacks like a monster. In one movement, he slashes the boss across the neck with a knife. Then, while everyone watches in complete horror, This guy throws the boss straight into the sea. The criminals become frozen in shock for a few seconds. Then one man finally snaps out of it and orders everyone to capture the killer. The moment he shouts, all the men rush toward Chae-woo at full speed. Even then, Chae-woo stays completely calm. He quietly watches them get closer and closer. Then he slowly turns to the side and stretches out his hand. A small smile appears on his face. It looks like he is ready for whatever comes next. Meanwhile, Lee-Ann stands near the shore and stares at the ship in the distance. Just moments ago, she can still see lights coming from the vessel. But now everything suddenly goes dark. The sight immediately makes her nervous. As she keeps watching, she remembers Chae-woo's warning. He tells her to wait for him and never leave the car. But sitting there quietly becomes impossible. Her mind starts filling with worries. She knows Chae-woo is not a normal person. Even so, she cannot stop thinking about dangerous possibilities. What if several large men simply throw him into the sea? What if something goes terribly wrong? Then another frightening thought appears. She wonders what happens if Chae-woo drifts across another country's border. This guy has no money and no phone. She imagines someone questioning him about his identity. But things get worse because Chae-woo would not even know how to answer properly. The more she thinks about it, the more anxious she becomes. Her worries continue piling up. Then she suddenly realizes something important. Chae-woo is now completely outside Haedo's control. The realization terrifies her instantly. She can already imagine how Seok will react after learning the truth. In her mind, Seok blames her for letting Chae-woo leave. He says she should have chained him down instead of giving him freedom. The thought alone sends chills through her body. She becomes even more nervous. Right then, her phone suddenly rings. Startled, Lee-Ann quickly answers the call. On the other side, Seok immediately asks where Chae-woo is. The direct question leaves her speechless. She instantly suspects that Seok already knows everything. Trying to stay calm, she simply says Chae-woo is fine. Seok responds that he has always ignored her actions without questioning them. His words immediately shock her. However, Seok continues speaking. He warns her that breaking the contract could create a serious problem. Then he tells her not to make him angry. His threatening tone fills her with fear. Finally, Seok gives a direct order. He tells her to bring Chae-woo back immediately. Meanwhile, the situation on the ship becomes even more dangerous. Someone suddenly fires a gun at Chae-woo. Our boy easily dodges the bullet. He immediately turns toward the attacker. Surprisingly, the shooter is the same man who originally brought him onto the ship. The man is already trembling with fear. After watching Chae-woo destroy everyone around him, the attacker completely loses his courage. He desperately begs Chae-woo to stop. In response, Chae-woo slowly walks toward him. The terrified man cannot even move. As he approaches, Chae-woo calmly tells him to shoot again. Fear makes the man's hands shake uncontrollably. Then Chae-woo grabs the gun himself. He presses the barrel against his own forehead. The attacker becomes completely frozen. Deep down, he believes he is doomed no matter what he does. Fear overwhelms him until he finally breaks down crying. He can no longer fight back. Without hesitation, Chae-woo takes the gun away. He strikes the man across the neck and knocks him unconscious. This time, however, he chooses not to kill him. After that, Chae-woo begins exploring the ship. Soon his attention shifts toward a dark room inside the vessel. The lights are turned off, making it impossible to see from outside. Still, something feels suspicious. He carefully enters the room while preparing for another fight, but the moment he looks inside, he suddenly stops. What he sees completely shocks him. The room is filled with countless workers producing illegal drugs. Even more surprising is the atmosphere. Chaos and violence are happening outside, yet nobody inside appears frightened at all. The entire scene feels unnatural. Then Chae-woo notices the workers more closely. Their exhausted appearances reveal the terrible truth. These people are being forced to work against their will. Among them are elderly people and even small children. The sight immediately fills Chae-woo with rage. He realizes these criminals are even worse than he imagined. Furious, he curses them for being monsters. His anger continues growing stronger. At that moment, footsteps begin approaching from outside. More enemies are coming toward him. Chae-woo quickly looks at the innocent workers around him. He knows they could get caught in the crossfire. Because of that, he makes a quick decision. He refuses to let any of them get hurt. So instead of fighting there, our boy rushes back outside. Then he launches himself straight at the men waiting for him. After taking down several enemies, Chae-woo starts running across the ship. The criminals immediately open fire on him. Bullets fly from every direction, but our boy dodges every attack with incredible speed. He leaps across the deck and closes the distance instantly. One man becomes terrified after seeing his movements. Before he can react, Chae-woo lands a powerful strike on him. The man drops immediately. The criminals can hardly believe what they are seeing. Some of them start calling him completely insane, but Cha Wu keeps moving forward without slowing down. He continues attacking everyone in his path. While fighting, he remembers Eon's earlier words. She once tells him that he used flowers instead of violence, but now things feel completely different. A troubling doubt begins growing inside his heart. He rushes forward and slashes at multiple enemies with his knife. At the same time, he notices something disturbing. These weapons feel more familiar to him than flowers ever do. The realization deeply unsettles him. Che-woo cannot understand why fighting feels so natural. Every movement comes to him effortlessly. It feels as if he instinctively knows exactly where to strike. Even while questioning himself, he continues defeating enemies one after another. More boats begin arriving near the ship. The battlefield grows even larger. Meanwhile, questions continue building inside Cha Wu's mind. He cannot find any answers. He realizes that watching people die in front of him causes no regret at all. That thought makes him even more uncomfortable. Then his mind drifts toward Eon. He starts thinking about how she would react to all of this. He wonders if seeing this side of him would hurt her deeply. After all, she has already started standing beside him. Cha Wu only wants Eon to come a little closer to his world. But things have become much darker than he ever imagined. Suddenly, another gunshot comes from behind him. Cha Wu quickly moves into cover. Then he grabs a gun and fires back. His shot instantly hits one of the attackers. The moment he pulls the trigger, another realization hits him. He cannot understand why using a gun feels so natural. Everything happens as if he has done it countless times before. The thought only increases his confusion. As the battle continues, the world around him slowly becomes blurry. Even so, he quietly apologizes to Eon in his heart. He imagines her face for a moment. He knows she would be deeply hurt if she ever saw him like this. Still, he continues pulling the trigger without hesitation. He keeps fighting while drowning in countless thoughts. Then suddenly, a fast-moving boat approaches the ship. The sight immediately catches his attention. Che-woo stops fighting and turns toward it. At that exact moment, one enemy tries to shoot him, but before the attack can happen, another boat crashes into the attacker's vessel. The impact instantly knocks the man down. The approaching boat continues moving forward. It passes through the battlefield filled with countless bodies. Finally, it stops beside the ship. Then someone steps out. Surprisingly, it is Leon. Our boy freezes completely. He suddenly becomes terrified. He worries that Leon might see the horrifying scene around him. Dead bodies are scattered across the ship. Blood covers the battlefield. He does not want her to witness any of it. Meanwhile, Leon feels nothing but relief. The moment she sees Che-woo alive and unharmed, happiness fills her face. She raises her hand and warmly calls out to him again. Her voice reaches him clearly. Hearing her voice makes Cha-woo lower his head. He starts questioning himself once more. Why does he keep searching for answers that no longer matter? Why is he still struggling with these thoughts? Then he suddenly moves toward Leon. Without hesitation, he wraps his arms around her and hugs her tightly. In that moment, everything else disappears from his mind. The battle no longer matters. Inside his heart, Cha-woo realizes what he truly wants. He wants to abandon everything else. He wants to ignore the entire world around him. All he wants is to stay beside Leon. He wants to go home with her. He clings to her desperately. It almost feels like letting go would make her disappear forever. Still embracing her, Cha-woo asks how she manages to find him. He reminds her that he specifically warns her about the danger. After everything that happened, he cannot believe she still came looking for him. Leon explains that she comes there for only one reason. She wants to take him back home safely. Hearing that, Cha-woo hugs her even tighter. The answer brings him more comfort than anything else. The sudden embrace completely surprises Leon. Breathing starts becoming difficult for her. Her feet barely touch the ground, making it hard to stay balanced. Even so, she does not push him away. At the same time, Che-woo's clothes are soaked with blood. Leon can feel that blood staining her own clothes as well. She has no idea whose blood it is. Still, holding him close somehow makes her feel relieved. For a while, neither of them moves. They simply remain there together. Eventually, Cha-woo slowly puts her back down. Then he asks her something in a desperate voice. He asks how his face looks right now. More specifically, he asks whether he still looks like a human being. The question immediately confuses Leon. She cannot understand why he would ask something like that. Che-woo repeats the question once again. He desperately wants an answer. Leon becomes even more confused and asks what he is talking about. Then her eyes slowly move past him. The moment she looks behind Cha-woo, she freezes. Countless dead bodies are scattered across the ship. The horrifying sight instantly shocks her. Deep down, Che-woo is afraid. After seeing all this death, he worries that Leon might start viewing him as a monster. He fears that she will no longer see him as a human being. That fear has been eating away at him. Without saying anything, Leon quietly takes out a handkerchief. She gently begins wiping the blood from his face. Her movements are careful and calm. She treats him exactly the same as always. While cleaning his face, she tells him something important. No matter how anyone looks at him, he still looks completely human. She believes everyone else would say the same thing. Her words immediately reach his heart. Then she continues explaining her thoughts. She reminds him of how he was at the beginning. Back then, he spends all his time trapped in a vegetative state. He cannot even move properly. Chae-woo quietly listens to every word. Then Leon adds something even more meaningful. She reminds him that she is a doctor. She treats people who are not entirely human as well. Hearing that completely stuns Chae-woo. He never expects Leon to comfort him this way. For a moment, he does not know how to respond. Her kindness leaves him speechless. Just as he starts saying her name, bright lights suddenly shine over them. Police boats surround the entire area. Loud voices echo across the sea. Using loudspeakers, the officers announce that the ship has been surrounded. They order everyone to surrender immediately. They also demand full cooperation. The situation suddenly becomes tense again. Seeing the police, Chae-woo asks Leon if she called them. Leon quickly shakes her head. She admits that the police probably followed her instead. Apparently, she was not as sneaky as she thought. Chae-woo grabs his head and says he cannot hear properly. He asks her to repeat herself. Leon immediately raises her voice. Then she tells him that his hearing is perfectly fine. After that, she hesitates for a moment. Her face turns red with embarrassment. Finally, she confesses the truth. In order to reach the ship, she actually steals a boat. The confession completely shocks Chae-woo. Leon hides her face in embarrassment. She admits that it sounds insane, but according to her, there is simply no other option available. Hearing her explanation, Chae-woo suddenly relaxes. Then he starts laughing freely. For the first time in a while, all the tension disappears. Even the police surrounding them seem unimportant. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Seok. At that moment, he receives a phone call. He immediately answers it. Someone on the other side begins reporting the current situation. The caller explains that they are searching the ship. Then he reveals something unbelievable. The young master completely wipes out the entire team. The report confirms the scale of the disaster. While listening, Seok calmly unlocks a nearby door. The caller continues speaking. He explains that the operation has become a complete failure. Delivering the drugs on time will probably be impossible now. Hearing this, Seok remains calm. Surprisingly, he says he already expects this outcome. The situation does not shock him at all. He tells the caller to go to the mountain plant station. He wants everything there cleaned up as well. The caller quickly agrees. Then he hesitates before mentioning something else. The man starts talking about Leon. Before he can even finish the sentence, Seok suddenly bursts into laughter. The reaction completely surprises the caller. Seok asks him to repeat what he just says. Confused, the caller explains everything again. Leon steals a boat and personally travels to the young master's location. Because of that, many ordinary police officers become involved. Now it is much harder to quietly suppress the incident. Even after hearing that, Seok remains calm. He says the situation is not that serious. He wants to know whether Leon is currently with Chae-woo. At the same time, he enters another room. The caller confirms that she is indeed with him. Then he explains something even more interesting. According to the caller, the young master appears completely normal when they first arrive. The scene then flashes back to that moment. At the time, Chae-woo is busy arguing with the police. And surprisingly, the argument is about handcuffs. This guy stubbornly refuses to cooperate. He insists that if the police want to handcuff his wife, then one cuff must be placed on him as well. Otherwise, he refuses to go anywhere. If he continues, he will also be charged with interfering with police work. But Chae-woo does not seem interested in listening. He remains completely stubborn. Then something unexpected happens. The man reporting to Seok suddenly watches in shock. Without any warning at all, Chae-woo collapses to the ground. His body finally reaches its limit. He loses consciousness on the spot. The moment he faints, Leon panics. Fear instantly takes over her face. She says they can deal with the police station later. Right now, Chae-woo needs medical treatment immediately. He explains that this is how the young master eventually loses consciousness. And after everything that happens on the ship, Chae-woo is finally taken away for treatment. After that, the scene shifts to the hospital. There, a doctor examines Chae-woo and explains the situation. According to him, it would be best if Chae-woo remains hospitalized for a while. The statement immediately surprises Leon. Confused, she asks what he means. The doctor explains that Chae-woo's previous injuries have not fully healed yet. Despite that, he continues pushing his body far beyond its limits. Because of that, his collapse is not surprising at all. The doctor further explains that Chae-woo simply needs proper rest. If he sleeps and recovers naturally, his condition should improve. Hearing this, Leon finally calms down. Her earlier panic suddenly feels unnecessary. At the same time, she notices one small advantage. Since Chae-woo is unconscious, he does not have to deal with police questioning. That thought gives her some relief. At least, one problem has been avoided. Later, Leon arrives at the police station. As she walks through the building, she reflects on how disastrous everything could have become. Chae-woo barely has any proper documents. If the police had questioned him, countless problems would have appeared. Because of that, Leon decides she must handle everything herself. While Chae-woo sleeps, she plans to take responsibility. There is no other choice. Then something unexpected happens. An officer casually checks some paperwork. After that, he tells her that she no longer needs to come there anymore. The statement completely confuses her. Soon afterward, Leon notices a news report playing on a television screen. The media explains that the violent incident on the drug ship has been classified as an internal gang conflict. Officially, that is the entire explanation. The moment she hears this, she understands exactly what happened. This cover-up is Sok's doing. Once again, his influence quietly erases the truth. The realization leaves her with mixed emotions. For Leon, the situation feels deeply ironic. The same hands that once protected her are also the hands that continue controlling her life. Sok keeps saving problems while creating others. It is a cycle she cannot escape. Suddenly, she remembers something important. Chae-woo is still alone in the hospital. Without wasting another second, she rushes out of the station. Then she immediately heads back. When she arrives, she finds Chae-woo sleeping peacefully, but something else catches her attention. Just like before, tears are flowing from his closed eyes. Even in his sleep, he is still crying. Watching him like that breaks her heart. She realizes he is still being tormented by nightmares. No matter how much time passes, they continue following him. The sight makes her feel helpless. Quietly, Leon lies down beside him. For days, she has been waiting for him to wake up again. The exhaustion eventually catches up to her. Before long, she falls asleep beside him as well. Later, Leon slowly opens her eyes. The first thing she sees is Chae-woo looking at her. He is already awake. His hand is gently reaching toward her. Softly, he tells her that she finally woke up. Then he admits that he has been waiting for her to open her eyes. His voice sounds calm and warm. The atmosphere immediately feels peaceful. Chae-woo gently asks whether the sunlight is hurting her eyes. As Leon reaches toward him, her hand touches the scars and injuries on his face. For a moment, neither of them looks away. Their eyes finally meet properly again. After so many difficult days, they are finally facing each other. The moment Leon touches his face, Chae-woo smiles warmly. Seeing that smile makes something click inside her heart. A realization slowly begins to form. Leon finally understands that she cannot keep running away anymore. She has spent too long avoiding her feelings. Now she must face them honestly. There is no point pretending anymore. Even so, she still feels confused. She starts wondering if she might be suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. The strange thought immediately enters her mind, and surprisingly, she seriously considers it. The moment Chuja hears that idea, she completely loses her composure. She repeats the term in disbelief. After everything that has happened, she cannot believe Leon reaches that conclusion. The reaction is immediate. Leon quickly tries to explain herself. She begins describing what Stockholm Syndrome means. However, before she can finish, Chuja interrupts her. Surprisingly, she explains the definition perfectly. According to Chuja, it happens when a victim develops sympathy and emotional attachment toward a criminal. Then she reminds Leon of something important. They have already discussed this before. The last time they talked about it, they both reached a different conclusion. Chuja points out that those feelings look a lot more like love. Because of that, she cannot understand why Leon is suddenly searching for another explanation. Now Leon becomes irritated. She argues that Chuja is the one who calls it love. She never personally accepts that conclusion. In her mind, there could still be another answer. Trying to defend herself, Leon introduces a different theory. She brings up the suspension bridge effect. According to that theory, fear experienced during intense situations can sometimes be mistaken for romantic feelings. After hearing all of this, Chuja lets out a deep sigh. Then she reminds Leon of her own words. Leon is the one who decides to face her emotions honestly. Running away is no longer an option. She reminds Leon how desperately she runs toward Chae-woo that day. She also reminds her how hard she fights to wake him up. Those actions speak louder than any theory. Leon falls silent for a moment. Eventually she admits the truth. She still does not understand her own feelings properly. Everything remains confusing to her. She explains that throughout her entire life she plans to stay away from people. Relationships are never part of her future. Love is something she never even considers. Leon fully expects to live alone forever. That lonely path is the only future she ever imagines. Because of that, these emotions feel unfamiliar and frightening. She has no idea how to handle them. Meanwhile, Chuja imagines Chae-woo in her mind. After listening carefully, she finally understands the real problem. The issue is not whether Leon has feelings. The issue is that she has never allowed herself to experience them before. Chuja suddenly comes up with a funny comparison. She describes Leon as a poor level 0 player who accidentally encounters a max level monster. Naturally, anyone in that situation would become overwhelmed. The joke instantly captures Leon's problem perfectly. Then, Chuja warmly hugs her. She reassures Leon that everything she is feeling is completely understandable. The situation is confusing and difficult. Nobody would know how to handle it easily. After hearing that, Leon finally opens up. She explains what she truly wants. More than anything, she needs to understand her own emotions. She wants to know whether her feelings for Chae-woo are real. Leon admits that she cannot tell the difference. She wonders if her emotions come from fear because Chae-woo is such an overwhelming person, or maybe they are something entirely different. That uncertainty continues bothering her. She also admits another problem. She has almost no experience with relationships. Because of that, understanding these emotions feels impossible. Chuja immediately points something out. According to her, Leon does not just lack experience, she practically has no experience at all. The blunt answer leaves Leon speechless. Then Leon suddenly asks for help. She seriously begs Chuja to introduce her to some ordinary men. Hearing that request completely stuns Chuja. She can barely believe her ears. Leon explains her reasoning. She wants to meet normal and simple men. By comparing her feelings, she hopes to better understand what Chae-woo truly means to her. To her, it sounds perfectly logical. Meanwhile, Chuja almost loses her mind. The request feels unbelievable. Her thoughts immediately flash back to the past. Countless times, she tries introducing Leon to different men. Every single time, Leon rejects the idea instantly. She always insists that dating holds no interest for her. But now, for the very first time, she is personally asking for blind dates. The situation feels completely backwards. Later, Leon changes into clothes selected by Chuja. She nervously checks herself in the mirror. Today is going to be very different. Throughout the day, Chuja arranges multiple blind dates. Every man is carefully selected beforehand. They are polite, respectable, and well-mannered. Chuja makes sure of it. As Leon gets ready, she remembers Chuja's instructions. Each man will only receive 30 minutes. After that, the next person will arrive. The system is designed to move quickly. Confused, Leon asks what kind of system this is. Chuja casually calls it rotational dating. When Leon asks for an explanation, Chuja simply says she will understand later. The answer only creates more confusion. Then Chuja notices something surprising. An unusually large number of men agree to meet Leon. The realization leaves her shocked. Apparently, the demand is much higher than expected. Inside her mind, Chuja realizes something important. Leon has absolutely no idea how attractive she is. She completely underestimates herself. That fact becomes obvious now. Chuja also realizes how rare someone like Leon is. In the marriage market, people like her hardly exist. She possesses qualities that many people search for, yet she remains completely unaware of it. Soon afterward, Leon gets ready to leave the house. Everything seems normal at first. Then suddenly, Chae-woo calls out to her from behind. His voice immediately startles her. Chae-woo asks where she is going. He points out that today is not one of her usual days to go outside. The unexpected question instantly makes Leon nervous. She struggles to stay calm. While putting on her shoes, she forces a smile. Then she casually says she is only meeting a friend. She tries to sound natural. However, the lie feels awkward. Hearing that answer surprises Chae-woo. He repeats the word friend in confusion. The response immediately catches his attention. Meanwhile, Leon knows she has no choice. Until she understands her feelings properly, she believes this is necessary. She cannot move forward otherwise. That is why she decides to keep lying. Then Chae-woo teasingly points something out. He says that Leon does not even have any friends. The comment instantly leaves her speechless. She has no response ready. At that moment, Leon realizes something. Just like she always views Chae-woo as lonely, he views her the same way. The realization unexpectedly makes her shy. She never thinks about it before. Noticing her reaction, Chae-woo quickly becomes flustered. He immediately tries correcting himself. He explains that he does not mean anything bad, he simply states what he observes. According to him, nobody ever visits him. At the same time, nobody ever visits Leon either. Then he quietly says something deeper. Their entire world seems to revolve around each other. Inside that house, it feels as if only the two of them exist. The statement comes naturally from him, but hearing it hits Leon much harder than expected. She becomes deeply shaken. Meanwhile, Cha-woo watches her carefully. Then a soft smile appears on his face. He gently tells her to be careful while she is out. His concern is obvious. Before she leaves, he adds one more thing. He tells Leon that she looks extremely pretty today. The compliment immediately makes things worse. Her already complicated emotions become even more confusing. Afterward, Leon finally leaves the house. Meanwhile, Cha-woo quietly watches her walk away. The moment she disappears from sight, his thoughts begin running wild. Jealousy slowly starts taking over. He starts wondering where she is really going. Is she actually meeting a friend? If so, what kind of friend is it? The questions immediately begin piling up. Then things get worse. He wonders whether the friend is a man or a woman. He wonders where they meet. He even wonders why Leon dresses up so carefully for this meeting. More and more thoughts flood his mind. He starts thinking about what time she will come back. Then he wonders exactly how many hours she will stay away. The questions never stop. Even so, he refuses to ask directly. He worries that Leon might become annoyed with him. Because of that, he forces himself to stay quiet. Holding back becomes a challenge. Surprisingly, he even feels proud of himself. He praises himself for showing restraint, but deep down, the truth remains obvious. To calm himself down, he starts focusing on happier thoughts. Recently, his relationship with Leon has been improving. Little by little, they have become closer. Every night, Leon naturally comes and lies beside him. Meanwhile, Cha-woo spends time reading cooking books nearby. The routine has become normal for them. It is something he treasures deeply. Because of that, he convinces himself everything will be fine. Tonight will probably be exactly the same. Leon will return home. She will sleep beside him again. That simple hope becomes enough for him. Just thinking about it makes him feel better. It gives him a reason to look forward to tomorrow. He clings to that feeling tightly. Still, something continues bothering him. Despite all their closeness, he feels that something important is missing. There is a part of their relationship he still cannot understand. While putting on his shirt, Cha-woo quietly reflects on everything. If Leon truly needs time, then he is willing to wait. No matter how long it takes, he will remain patient. Then his thoughts become serious. Deep down, he does not want anything complicated. All he wants is the smallest reassurance. He simply wants to know that Leon genuinely likes him. The scene then shifts to Leon arriving at her very first blind date. The man waiting for her is older and owns a bookstore. He appears calm, mature, and intelligent. At first glance, he seems like a very respectable person. As Leon observes him, she suddenly realizes something. He resembles the kind of person she originally hopes Cha-woo could become. The comparison instantly makes her embarrassed. She quickly scolds herself for thinking about Cha-woo during a date. Trying to hide her nervousness, Leon starts eating cake. She focuses on the dessert instead of her thoughts. Then the man casually asks whether she likes flowers. The unexpected question immediately catches her attention. He explains that someone recently gives him a flower plant. Since he knows nothing about caring for it, he wants some advice. Hearing that instantly excites Leon. She happily agrees to help him. The man smiles and says he can show her a picture of the plant. However, before he gets the chance, his phone suddenly rings. Leon politely tells him it is okay to answer. Surprisingly, the man refuses. He explains that they only have 30 minutes together. Because of that, he does not want to waste even a single minute. His answer immediately leaves a good impression. Then he explains who is calling. The caller is actually his sister's young son. Recently, the child starts learning how to speak. Because of that, he keeps calling him repeatedly. The man casually says he can apologize to the child later. Leon once again tells him it is really okay to answer. As she listens to him talk about his family, she notices something. A moment later, he shows her a picture of the child. He describes the boy as extremely mischievous. Looking at the photo, Leon smiles warmly. She admits that the child is truly adorable. Then the man casually asks if she has any siblings. The simple question instantly changes Leon's expression. She freezes for a moment. Hesitating emotionally, she starts trying to answer, but before she can continue, the scene suddenly shifts elsewhere. Meanwhile, Cha-woo is busy with something completely different. Our boy has arrived at a government office. There, a young employee asks how she can help him. The moment she gets a clear look at him, she becomes completely stunned. Today, Cha-woo looks especially serious and handsome. The sight leaves her speechless. Calmly, Cha Woo explains why he comes there. He says he wants to receive a family registry certificate. The employee simply stares at him. For a moment, she forgets how to respond. Inside her mind, she cannot stop thinking about his appearance. He looks so perfect that he almost seems unreal. She even starts wondering whether hidden cameras are involved somewhere. The whole situation feels unbelievable. The employee finally regains her composure. She politely confirms that he means a family status certificate. Then she asks for his identification card. That is where the problem begins. Cha Woo immediately looks confused. The employee explains that it is required for the process. Hearing that leaves him completely lost. The problem is simple. Cha Woo does not have any identification documents at all. Seeing his troubled expression, the employee assumes he simply forgets to bring them. She has no idea how complicated the situation really is. Meanwhile, she keeps stealing glances at him. In her mind, he looks like a perfectly sculpted statue. Every time she looks at him, she becomes more embarrassed. Concentrating becomes almost impossible. Then Cha Woo glances toward her. Her heart starts racing uncontrollably. Even maintaining eye contact feels difficult. Cha Woo gently smiles and asks what he should do if he loses his identification. Unfortunately, that smile only makes things worse. The employee nearly loses her composure again. This guy is simply too much for her to handle. Trying her best to remain professional, she hands him a form. Then she explains that he should apply for a new ID card first. It sounds like a simple solution, but for Cha Woo, it creates another problem. He stares at the form in confusion. The employee quickly notices his reaction. She asks whether something is wrong. Cha Woo hesitates awkwardly before answering. The truth is that he knows almost nothing about himself. He has no personal information to write down. No identity, no history, nothing. After struggling for a moment, he finally asks if he can make a phone call. The request surprises the employee. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Seok's house. Seok is sitting alone and lost in thought. Suddenly, his phone begins ringing. He answers the call without hesitation. On the other side, he hears a familiar voice. It is Cha Woo. Cha Woo introduces himself immediately. Seok calmly asks who is speaking. Then Cha Woo repeats his name. The answer instantly catches Seok's attention. Seok becomes curious. He wants to know how Cha Woo even gets his number. The question seems reasonable. After all, nobody gives him that information. Cha Woo explains that Leon knows nothing about this call. Then he admits something surprising. He says he tries countless times to erase the number from his memory. Yet somehow, he can never forget it. Hearing that leaves Seok silent for a moment. Then he asks what Cha Woo wants. At that exact moment, another message arrives on his phone. The timing could not be more perfect. Meanwhile, Cha Woo finally gets to the point. He asks for his ID number and identity information. The request immediately becomes suspicious. Seok checks the message on his phone. The report informs him that his younger brother has arrived to request a family certificate. The information perfectly matches the current situation. Suddenly, everything becomes clear. And there is something even more interesting. Standing behind Cha Woo is the same man who has secretly been monitoring him from the very beginning. It seems someone is watching this entire situation unfold. Meanwhile, the spy quickly sends another update to Seok. He explains that Cha Woo first needs to apply for a new ID card. Because of that, the office is asking him for personal information. Seok quietly reads the report without saying anything. On the other end of the call, Cha Woo asks if he is even listening. Instead of answering directly, Seok asks a different question. He wonders why Cha Woo does not simply ask his wife for help. Cha Woo looks surprised. Then Seok continues speaking. He says that if Cha Woo asked Leon for even a star from the sky, she would probably try her best to get it for him. Seok goes even further. He casually remarks that Leon is extremely loyal. The moment her name leaves his mouth, Cha Woo's expression darkens. His mood changes instantly. Without hesitation, Cha Woo warns him. He tells Seok never to put Leon's name on his tongue again. He also warns him never to speak about her that way. His voice becomes cold and threatening. Instead of feeling intimidated, Seok smiles. Then he starts laughing. The reaction only makes Cha Woo angrier. This guy is already reaching his limit. Grinding his teeth, Cha Woo gives another warning. He says he will not repeat himself a fourth time. Then he demands his identity number again. The tension between the two brothers becomes unbearable. Meanwhile, the spy standing behind Cha Woo starts sweating nervously. He is stuck between two dangerous people. Neither side looks willing to back down. After a moment, Seok suddenly changes his tone. He tells Cha Woo to wait. Since Cha Woo manages to amuse him, he decides to give him a present. The statement immediately confuses our boy. Cha Woo asks what he means. Seok simply tells him to wait and see. Then, almost immediately, something unexpected happens. The office manager rushes inside in a panic. He practically runs toward Cha-woo while stumbling over himself. His nervous behavior immediately attracts attention. The manager quickly hands over several papers. Then he explains that they will process the new ID card as fast as possible. Until then, Cha-woo can take the family registry certificate first. Everything has already been arranged. Cha-woo stares at the document in complete disbelief. He cannot believe how easily everything suddenly changes. The entire situation leaves him speechless. Once again, Seok's influence proves terrifying. Meanwhile, Leon continues moving through her blind dates. The second man she meets is cheerful and family-oriented. He talks passionately about family values. His perspective is completely different from hers. According to him, once children become adults, the most important thing is to marry happily. Then they should show that happiness to their parents. Leon politely smiles and agrees. However, she does not feel any real connection. Soon, the third man arrives. He is warm, optimistic, and full of future plans. After him comes the fourth man. Then the fifth man takes his place. Each man introduces himself. Each man shares his goals and values. They ask Leon questions while describing their lives. Everything seems normal and reasonable, but as Leon listens, something feels wrong. These people already belong to the world around them. They have families, relationships, memories, and roots. Their lives feel completely different. She feels like someone who still has not planted a single root in the world. No matter where she stands, she never truly belongs anywhere. The realization weighs heavily on her heart. Then her thoughts drift toward Cha-woo. She remembers that she comes here after leaving him behind. The man who knows almost nothing about the world is still waiting at home. Meanwhile, she continues hiding behind the excuse of a fake marriage. Leon slowly starts blaming herself. She remembers people saying that women like her are capable of secretly doing anything behind someone's back. The memory leaves a bitter taste in her mouth. The man sitting across from her asks about her ideal type. The question immediately catches her attention. For a moment, she does not know how to answer. Leon honestly says that she does not really have one. The man looks surprised. According to him, everyone has some kind of preference. There must be at least one quality she wants in a partner. At that moment, Leon turns toward the window. Outside, rain has started falling. She quietly watches the drops slide across the glass. Then she begins describing what she truly wants. She says she wants someone whose problems are similar to hers. She does not want to be the only flawed person in the relationship. That kind of balance feels important to her. She continues speaking. She wants someone whose attachment to family is even weaker than hers. Someone without an ex-girlfriend. Someone without old memories. Then she goes even deeper. Leanne says she wants someone whose weaknesses are greater than her own. That way, her insecurities would not feel so overwhelming. It is a strange wish, but it is completely honest. Deep down, she wants something very specific. She wants a relationship where both people become each other's entire world. If they belong only to each other, then neither person would need anyone else. As she thinks about that, a memory suddenly returns. She remembers Cha-woo telling her that only the two of them exist in that lonely house. The words echo inside her mind. Secretly, she wishes she could hear them again. Softly, Leon repeats the thought. She says they would become each other's only person. The moment those words leave her mouth, something unbelievable happens. Suddenly, she sees Cha-woo. Standing outside the rain-covered window, he is silently staring at her. Leon instantly freezes. For a moment, she cannot even breathe. She simply stares at him in shock. Meanwhile, Cha-woo quietly watches her sitting across from another man. At the same time, the man beside her continues talking. He comments that relationships built on extreme dependency are unhealthy. According to him, they can hurt both people involved. But Leon barely hears any of it. Cha-woo is still standing there, and the expression on his face immediately breaks her heart. He looks deeply sad. He does not say a single word. He does not make a scene. Instead, he quietly turns around and starts walking away. The sight leaves Leon completely stunned. She cannot understand why he is there, but the moment she sees him leaving, her body reacts before her mind can. Leon suddenly jumps to her feet. The man sitting across from her is startled by the sudden movement, and just like that, everything changes. Leon hurriedly apologizes to the man. She explains that they just met and she probably should not have shared such personal thoughts. Then she admits that he is completely right. His words strike deeper than she expects. At the same time, her emotions begin overflowing. Cha-woo sees everything. He sees her sitting there with another man, yet instead of confronting her, he simply walks away as if she never notices him at all. The moment she realizes that, Leon cannot stay there any longer. She immediately rushes out into the rain. The man tries to stop her, but she is already gone. Right now, nothing else matters. As she runs through the rain, her thoughts spiral out of control. She still has not found the answer she is searching for. Are her feelings caused by fear, nervousness, or something much deeper? She still cannot tell whether Chawu is simply different from other men, or whether her emotions have already become something far more serious. No matter how hard she tries, the answer remains out of reach. She still does not understand her own heart. Trying to solve everything in a single day is nothing more than a greedy wish. The realization leaves her frustrated. She sees him, with tears filling her eyes. Leon runs through the rain while desperately calling out Chaewoo's name. She searches everywhere, yet no matter where she looks, she cannot find him. Then suddenly, someone grabs her hand. The force pulls her sharply forward. Startled, Leon immediately shuts her eyes. Fear flashes across her face for a brief moment. Everything happens so quickly. Standing right in front of her is Chaewoo. His appearance immediately shocks her. He looks exhausted, emotionally drained. The sadness in his expression is impossible to ignore. But before she can say anything else, Chaewoo speaks first. He immediately asks whether she is planning to leave him. The question catches her completely off guard. Shocked, Leon asks what he is talking about, but Chaewoo continues speaking. The emotions he has been holding back finally begin spilling out. His voice becomes heavy with pain. He reminds her of something he once says. He tells her that she can play with him if she wants, but she should never push him away, never abandon him. Then he reminds her of another promise. He says he begs her to keep him by her side. He asks her not to reject him again. The words come straight from his heart. Painfully, Chaewoo asks whether he truly means nothing to her. He wonders if it is really so difficult for her to see him as different from her former husband. The question leaves Leon speechless. As he continues speaking, his emotions overflow even more. Hearing his pain makes Leon panic internally. For the first time, she realizes just how deeply he is hurting. The sight breaks her heart. Chaewoo admits that he believes things are finally getting better between them. He thinks they are slowly becoming closer, but now everything feels different to him. According to him, it feels like giving candy to a child before abandoning him. The comparison sounds simple, yet the sadness behind it is devastating. Leon feels the pain in every word. Inside her heart, she admits something. She feels the same happiness he talks about, but at the same time, she is terrified. That fear is exactly why she starts searching for answers. She wants to understand what her feelings truly mean. Leon tries to explain herself. She desperately wants him to understand. But before she can speak, Chaewoo interrupts her once again. He is no longer able to hold back. Maybe one day he could understand, but that does not make the pain disappear. Then, unexpectedly, he brings up her former husband. Chaewoo angrily calls him a terrible man. He says the man used to hit his wife. The accusation instantly confuses Leon. She has absolutely no idea why he believes that. She quickly asks what he means. But Chaewoo keeps going. The more he thinks about everything, the more pain and anger build inside him. His emotions continue spiraling out of control. He can barely contain them anymore. Leon desperately tries to stop him. She begs him to listen. She wants to explain everything, but Chaewoo continues speaking without hearing her out. He says that if everything ends before it even properly begins, he wonders whether accepting that would really be easy for her. The question comes from a place of deep hurt. Every word reveals his fear. She tells him to stop. Then she asks him again what he means about someone hurting her. This time, Chaewoo answers directly. He says there is no point hiding it anymore because he already knows the truth. The moment he says that, Leon immediately denies it. She explains that her former husband never gives her those scars. He never once raises a hand against her. The accusation is completely wrong. Then she asks how Chaewoo can even believe something like that. Hearing her answer completely shocks him. Chaewoo's expression instantly changes. His anger disappears and is replaced by something else. A serious look settles across his face as he processes her words. Then he asks a new question. If her husband is not responsible, then who causes those scars? And finally, Chaewoo asks the question that has been haunting him from the very beginning. He wants to know why she is always afraid of him. Ever since he enters her life, she keeps calling him Mr. Chaewoo. She maintains distance. She avoids getting too close. Whenever possible, she runs away from him. To Chaewoo, all of it feels the same. Rejection. Now he wants the truth. Standing there in the rain, Leon hesitates. She does not know how to explain everything. The answer is far more complicated than he realizes. But deep down, she understands something important. She can no longer hide behind half-truths. She can no longer avoid the situation. More than anything else, she can clearly see how broken Chaewoo looks right now. And for the first time, she realizes that the truth is something he desperately needs to hear. Leon knows she cannot reveal the entire truth. Some secrets are simply too complicated, but she also realizes that keeping everything hidden is only hurting Cha-woo more. Maybe even a small piece of honesty can ease his pain. Chae-woo presses her again. He wants to know exactly what she has been hiding from him. This time, Leon finally gathers her courage. Then she admits that she lies to him. Hearing that immediately shocks Chae-woo. He repeats her words in disbelief. The confession catches him completely off guard. He never expects her to admit it so directly. Taking a deep breath, Leon finally reveals the truth. The moment the words leave her mouth, she tightly closes her eyes. She fully expects him to become furious. Several seconds pass. Slowly, Leon opens her eyes again. Instead of anger, she finds Chae-woo smiling. The unexpected reaction completely stuns her. Inside her head, she cannot process it at all. In fact, his expression looks so foolish that it almost makes her laugh. After all, anyone would be shocked. The woman he believes is his wife for so long is not even legally connected to him. On paper, they are complete strangers. Trying to explain herself further, Leon quickly apologizes. She says she should have told him sooner. Then she explains that many couples nowadays live together without officially registering their marriages. According to her, it has become fairly common. But Chae-woo's reaction is not what she expects. Instead of focusing on the marriage itself, he focuses on something else entirely. Bitterly, he says that maybe losing his memories makes her happy. Perhaps deep down she wants to escape from him all along. That is why she is able to tell such a huge lie so easily. The statement immediately startles Leon. Confused, she asks what lie he is talking about, but Cha-woo simply tells her to forget it. He warns that if he keeps talking, he might say something even worse. The hurt in his voice is impossible to miss. Now becoming serious, Leon shakes her head. She insists she would never lie about something like that. If necessary, she can prove everything. At the same time, she reflects on how difficult this confession is. This is the first genuine truth she manages to share with him, and it takes every bit of courage she has. If he wants evidence, she can get the certificate right away. That should settle everything. But surprisingly, Chae-woo says there is no need. His answer leaves Leon confused. She asks why. According to her, the certificate would be the strongest proof possible. If he sees it himself, there would be no room for doubt. Then she asks if he thinks she is making everything up. Before she can continue, Cha-woo suddenly hands her a document. Leon stares at the paper in confusion. Then her eyes widen. It is a marriage certificate. For a moment, her brain completely freezes. She cannot believe what she is seeing. The document officially lists Cha-woo as her husband. Then Chae-woo asks a painful question. He wonders if staying away from other men for so long makes her forget who her husband actually is. The bitterness in his voice cuts deeply. Meanwhile, Leon continues staring at the certificate. Inside her mind, she immediately realizes the truth. The entire thing is fake. Someone forges it. Before she can even react properly, Cha-woo suddenly closes the distance between them. The sudden action completely shatters Leon's concentration. Her thoughts instantly become chaotic. Everything around her starts feeling blurry and distant. From that point onward, her memories become scattered. She vaguely remembers leaving the area. She vaguely remembers traveling home. They probably take a taxi, but the details refuse to stay clear in her mind. Everything feels like a fog. The only thing she remembers perfectly is one detail. Throughout the entire ride home, Cha-woo never lets go of her wrist. He holds it tightly the whole time. That cold distance hurts even more than anger. Then Chae-woo finally speaks again. He says that even now she is probably pretending to accept him. Deep down, he believes she is secretly thinking about how to run away again. The distrust in his voice is obvious. According to him, he will never fall for the same trick twice. Hearing those words causes a sharp pain inside Leon's heart. She realizes how deeply she hurts him. Cha-woo continues speaking. He says she is always the one pushing him away, always creating distance, always running. Then, without any warning, he suddenly lifts her into his arms. She immediately stammers in confusion. Her face turns red as she asks what he is doing. Meanwhile, Cha-woo quietly looks down at her. Why does she look so surprised? The calmness in his voice only makes the situation even more overwhelming. And judging from the look in his eyes, it seems our boy has finally reached the limit of his patience. If you enjoyed this recap, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. And if you want the next part, make sure to drop a comment below. Let me know you're ready for what happens next.